The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
You know when he's Mr. Tough Guy when he's standing behind the microphone.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it, come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and brothers and sisters, and comrades and friends, the whole bit. Howdy, my name's Alan. Thank you for showing up. Say hi to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
There's Mary Santora.
Hi, guys. No babies.
All decked out in Cleveland blue and red.
Yeah.
Looks like something you might have gotten at CLE Clothing Company.
It is. I had on a leather jacket that I bought last year over this, and it doesn't fit the way I want it to, so I'm not going to wear it. And it's annoying.
You just bought it and it doesn't fit?
I bought it in November.
Oh.
And I don't know if I bought it. I think it's too big, Alan, not too small.
No, it's leather.
Oh, I thought you were calling me a cow.
No,
I was like, nice opening.
No, if I was going to do that, I would do it with my mouth. I go, "What's up, fatty?"
So scared, chubby wubby.
That's right. No, you said it was a leather coat.
Yes.
Traditionally bovine material.
Correct.
Ooh, so scared, chubby wubby.
And now it doesn't fit.
No, it's like too. I might have bought it a little bit big to begin with, but it like comes to the middle of my hands and the shoulders.
I was
going to
say, I think the best leather jackets are a skosh too small.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one's I haven't worn it in, I don't know, 8-9 months almost.
Here's what you do with those: you put it out in the rain.
It'll shrink.
And then you bring it inside, fits perfectly.
It won't discolor or anything.
Oh, it'll be ruined,
okay.
But it'll fit perfectly.
Perfect. That's
yeah.
a great
But will
plan.
that work? Is it a leather jacket?
I don't know. It's from Express, so probably not.
You didn't get it from Wilson's Leather?
I did not, but I love the smell of that store.
If you need a dark black trench coat made out of leather...
Who doesn't?
Who doesn't? Say hello to Poundcake, who's back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people.
Man, I can't wait. New Poundcake tomorrow.
Ooh.
Right? Mm-hmm. You been thinking about it?
Yeah, I know what I'm going to write about.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
You want a little hint? A little peeky peek?
It's going to have to do with all of this election talk. I'm actually going to talk about...
What election?
What? Election?
Yeah. Well, This one's going to be about the Kennedys and their dynasty and their footprint on America.
Okay.
It's just
Camelot. Are you going to call it? There's a Poundcake joke to be made there, but I think FCC regulations prevent me from making it.
I know what you're going for.
Nevertheless. Okay, so your column tomorrow is going to be on the Kennedys. Now, will you be doing the requisite amount of research?
My take is not necessarily going to be. It's going to be about the stuff that people are. But it's going to be about my take on like how I feel the footprint that they made in America and how I view it. So I mean, yes, I'll do some research just so I'm not saying anything that's wrong, but I'm not going to go in depth on like.
I didn't know that you were. I didn't know that you were like an aficionado of the Kennedys. I didn't know that they were kind of existed somewhere in your brain.
I wasn't. And they really didn't until I watched this documentary. I watched this documentary on JFK, and then I watched it on his brother, Bobby Kennedy. Mm-hmm. And then I just happened to be scrolling through Twitter last night, and I guess John's son is now a grown man. And
Caroline Kennedy Schlossberg.
Oh, my gosh, she's so hot.
She was on the DNC. Oh, the son is hot.
Oh, God, the
son
he's
a good-looking kid.
And I was like, that Kennedy, the Kennedy genes, man, but then it also comes with the Kennedy curse. So... I mean...
What's the Kennedy curse that you might get killed?
It's like Madden.
Everyone dies mysteriously or
your
suddenly.
Leg breaks
Remember when JFK was on the cover of Madden 8? Oh, God, that sucked.
But like, imagine
well,
that,
he
though.
did kill convertibles for presidents. That is absolutely true. It's amazing that they ever let presidents ride around in convertibles.
When you think about it, you're like, everyone signed off on this?
Yeah.
Like, everybody thought, not one person was like, hey guys, maybe we don't do that.
Hey, Ram, I want the top down.
Why couldn't they do like the glass thing like they do with the Pope?
Right.
Well, they could have, but they didn't.
Could have.
Well, why can't they do that now?
Well,
if it works for the Pope, it should work for the president, right?
What do you mean now? Now they don't have, I mean, after Kennedy, they locked these guys up.
No, Obama like walked the streets. I think it was for his inauguration or something. But him and like the whole family was walking the streets during like the parade.
I think that
they weren't in the convertible
after they had social security,
Secret Service?
Security. Whatever. They had locked down the entire area. So I mean,
I think it's a combination of after JFK. I mean, what? Lee Harvey Oswald was across the street.
He was in a building,
in a
right,
book depository,
right.
Or whatever.
So that was a time where not only did they get rid of the convertibles, they also said, hey, maybe we should widen our circumference of the area that we clear.
Go into nearby buildings, maybe.
It's a simpler time.
But I think the thesis of it will be like, would you rather live like a long life and just see history be made in front of you, or would you rather be a part of history but have it be cut short? Because the Kennedys, they were hot, they were rich.
Yeah, but no matter when you live, you are in history.
I understand, but do you want to be like a part of it? Like, you'll be
we are a part. We're a part of history right now.
Right, but he's saying, do you want to be a headline?
Do you want to be an icon in history?
No, I'd rather be alive.
Yeah, but that's in retrospect. That's not at the time. You don't know that that's happening at the time.
I know.
Like, whatever you do that's huge now, you don't really know until later on. They go, here was a historical figure who stood out.
But if you're a president and you get assassinated, that's...
Well, yes, that's a big deal.
That's a very big deal. And
right.
I mean, where would you want to be that, or would you want to be alive? I'm going to take alive.
He was but Kennedy had already made his bones and his name before he got killed.
I know, but then they also had the Bobby Kennedy.
Yes.
Like, he was running for president, and
Who killed Bobby Kennedy?
JFK Jr., too. I mean, he wasn't killed, but he died young.
Died in that plane crash.
That's what I'm saying.
Wasn't that mysterious?
It seems like all the men in that family are cursed. Like, they're cursed with beautiful, beautiful genes. But then, and then it just ends tragically.
And those genes get shot off.
Size 32, 32.
Yeah.
Perfect square.
Just like what you say, Alan. Like, it's always sad when someone dies, but when they're hot,
absolutely,
and rich, and they're a good person.
I didn't say rich. I limited to hot.
Well, that was
it is patently false that it is not sadder when a hot person. We have such a dearth of attractive people in the world that when one of them is picked off, either by accident or on purpose, it's a global tragedy. Do you know who killed Bobby Kennedy?
I don't. That's the research that I'll have to do beforehand. I didn't get to that part in the documentary yet. It's a docu-series.
Okay.
So I'll get to that point.
Beforehand, Sirhan is the documentary research that he's going to have to do. All right, well, I look forward to that tomorrow. Do you have a title for it? Is there a working title?
Not yet.
Tell you what, I was watching and
Kennedy's
maybe...
Yeah! Something
Boom!
Kennedy.
Vintage Kennedy. Mm-hmm. I might be coming late to this show, but my daughter she's 4. She's gotten into this show called Nailed It on Netflix. Have you watched this?
One.
Oh my God.
I hate that show. I hated that show so much.
I love Jason Mantzoukas.
I hate it so much.
Well, I only saw 2 episodes, and one of them had Paul Scheer.
Yeah.
So do they have a celebrity every episode?
I think they have a couple that they rotate through, because I watched like 3 or 4 that had Jason Mantzoukas. I'll watch anything that guy does. He cracks me up. He's the reason I listen to that
watch I'm Sorry?
podcast. No.
You got to watch I'm Sorry with Andrea Savage. He's in that.
I love him.
Yeah,
I just think he is the funniest guy.
Well, I watched 2 episodes. I thought I was going to be putting on cartoons this morning, and she goes, I want to watch Nailed It. And I go, we used to do a bit here called Nailed It. I didn't even know what it was. So, very different, that's right. So I turn it on, and it's Nicole Byer, who I didn't even recognize because she's got these extensions in her hair.
Yeah.
I've tried to meet this woman on a number of occasions. I've had her booked on this show numerous times, every time she cancels because something more important comes along. So she's hosting this thing, and there's a couple of chefs for people who haven't seen it. And the premise of the show is 3 people are given a bakery item to recreate, and it just is a mess. So my daughter is sitting there howling. She's like, look at that. It's, So I watched the Hanukkah episode, but then I'm Googling. I'm like, oh, this is like 4 seasons in on this show. I haven't seen it come up when I was searching for it. They do it in Spanish, and they have Nailed It Mexico and all this other stuff. So, I'm coming late to this game, but
Why do you hate it, Bill?
I just thought it was so boring.
Really?
I don't like
It's a
cooking shows already.
See, I
think
like
it's very
cooking
dumb.
shows.
And then just like people that are bad at cooking doing a bad job cooking. I don't.
But they're not bad at cooking. It's, hey, recreate. They're like, oh, I'm an at-home chef. Or like someone's grandma, I've been baking 49 years. And they're like, okay, well, you love cake and you can make a cake. Now recreate this cake. And it's just funny to watch them like fumble around. And
Well,
I
because
I just didn't get into it.
They all know how to make the stuff.
Right, they're
making it look the same.
Yes.
So, and Paul Scheer
some
shows up.
extravagant thing, yeah.
And he's like, I'm just a fan of the show and I want to participate in this.
Yeah.
And, I thought it was very funny.
Yeah.
But you don't like cooking shows.
I don't like cooking shows.
I
find cooking shows to be completely boring. And this one I was just like, yeah, they did a bad job. That's what, they're not professionals like these other people.
Yeah.
So it wasn't funny to me because I'm like, who would be able to just do that?
There are people who know what they're doing. They know how to cook. They're not. It's not like World's Worst Chef or whatever that is.
There's a difference between knowing how to cook and knowing how to do like sculpture cakes.
Working with fondant.
Yeah.
Right, and also that they want to do it. It's not like they're picking them to be
I
like,
understand
you
it.
suck.
I understand it.
I
just
say,
watch it and go, meh.
I will say my experience was absolutely maximized because I was watching it with a 4-year-old who thought it was hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
So I probably got more
that
entertainment
sounds
out of
cute,
that than the actual. If I were watching that show by myself, probably wouldn't think it was as funny. I saw Netflix, by the way, is testing a shuffle button. Because they're like, people, you can sit, we all do it. You sit on Netflix and you go, I don't know. You end up shutting it off. So they're going to just do a shuffle button.
I like
where you just
that.
go, and you go, okay, I'll watch Nailed It Spain.
Have you still not watched Love on the Spectrum?
I have no interest in
God,
that.
it's so good.
No,
I
really
so
I don't want to watch
good.
autistic dating. I don't care.
Here's the thing: the
it's real
first
sweet.
20 minutes, I was with my boyfriend. I was like, I don't know if I can watch this because I don't feel comfortable, whatever it is. And then I don't want to sound horrible. But when you get past like the autism part of it, these people are
When
hilarious.
you realize they're people.
Well, they're just so funny and the things that they say. And I was talking
Are
to
they
Bill.
real like autistic actors?
Yeah, no.
They are real people.
They're autistic people that's based out of Australia, which, Alan, come on, we know how much you like that accent.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was the other thing. I'm like, I'm not watching this and the Australian accent.
But it's them basically having like their first dating experiences or getting help from a dating coach or
There's
like
one
going
couple
on.
that's been together for a little while.
Yeah.
And they're real sweet and cute. It's very endearing. I enjoy
Yeah.
it a lot. And then they are just very funny.
They're so
like,
straightforward, dude,
They're
and
so
I love
straightforward.
it.
And like the things that they connect. There's one scene that made me laugh so hard where this guy's doing like a speed rate dating round and he goes, oh, how old are you? And she's like 21. And he's like, oh, so you were born in 1997, the same year that Men in Black came out.
And she was just kind of like, yeah. I mean, I guess.
Like,
She doesn't
like
know.
everyone should know that. And just the
Right.
way he says it so matter of factly, like that's a big moment to him. 1997, Men in Black came
But
out.
both people dating aren't autistic.
Yes, they are.
They
Oh,
are,
they are.
Yeah.
The fact that they didn't call it autistic. That's when they lost me. I have no interest in that. All right, I got a break. If you want to shoot me a text, 35192 to do that. You can call us, 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007. And your next chance to go fund yourself is coming up at 2:30. You can win yourself $1,000.
The Alan Cox Show.
WMMS.
216-578-1007. If you want to join us, 800-348-1007. 35192. Send me a text. Tribe over the Pirates last night. That was the first of 3 extra innings, by the way. 6-3 was the final. Santana's 3-run home run. Is that right? 3-run home run?
Yeah.
Sound excited. That was last night. Game 2 of 3 is tonight in Pittsburgh, PNC Park against the Pirates. It's a 7:05 first pitch here on WMMS, and of course you can hear it on the iHeartRadio app, wherever you are. This is a band named Oleander. Know what oleander is?
That is a flower.
Oleander is a flower. Is a poisonous flower, I might add, or the extract from the flower is poisonous. This is a song it's probably 20 years old by now. I know we were beating the piss out of it when the station I worked at I was on in Pittsburgh. It's an alternative station. These guys come out of nowhere. They do like 1 or 2 songs. They got themselves about a summer's worth of airplay. And
did they have another song besides this one? Because I know this one, but I don't know.
They had another song called I Walk Alone, which was more upbeat, and I actually liked that one more. But the big hit was this one. It was called Why I'm Here.
Sounds like Nirvana.
Everything did in the late 90s.
Yes.
Yeah. Everything sounded like Nirvana in the late 90s.
Like mid-90s, I would say more.
Well, nature abhors a vacuum, and after Kurt was gone, everybody else was like, hey, make some room for us, bro.
Yeah.
These guys weren't bad.
Did he retire?
What's that?
What happened to him? Did he retire?
Kurt Cobain, he did, yes. Okay. He retired to the foothills of Peru and never to be seen again. But Oleander, decent band. They sounded like every post-grunge band that was around. You know, everybody got a turn at the trough in the late 90s before rap rock set in. This was like the last wave of post-grunge bands before the rap rock thing started, right? Korn and those
Linkin
bands.
Park. Limp Bizkit. Yeah. New metal.
Right. New metal. And then every band started to sound like Korn. Which in retrospect, not a bad thing. I didn't really appreciate them at the time. But anyway, Oleander is what I thought of when I was watching the My Pillow guy. You know who the My Pillow guy is?
He's a Trump guy. I know
Big
that.
Trump guy. I think they're having him speak at the Republican National Convention. And he goes on television talking about...
I'm a self-made man.
I guess.
Right.
I don't know anything about him other than the pillow thing. So if this guy has like a string of entrepreneurial successes or failures, I don't know. I only know him as the My Pillow guy. I don't even know his name. I just know that he believes that Trump is sent from God and whatever. And apparently he's kicking around some idea that the extract from the oleander plant, which again is poison, is somehow a cure for COVID-19. And the president said, well, we're going to look at it. And so now all of these, I'm sure our horticulturist friend Kaylee could probably attest to this. But when they talk to like medical botanists, that might be.
Take it.
What's that?
I want them to take it. Just trust.
I don't want anyone to poison. I don't want anyone to poison themselves.
They don't know it's poison.
But
this guy who's been. How does he know?
Nah, just let him take it.
Don't know. But the oleander plant is a highly toxic plant. It's in the Mediterranean. It is responsible for all kinds of accidental poisonings. People have heart attacks from it, all kinds of stuff. So it's not something you want to screw around with, even though it's a gorgeous plant.
Oh, yeah,
it's
very
pink
pretty.
and it's lovely. And the extract is called oleandrin. And this is what this guy is saying will somehow help people who have COVID-19. And I guess he was going at it with Anderson Cooper. Mike Lindell is the guy's name.
That's it, yeah.
Mike Lindell. I think he has spoken on the president's behalf on a number of occasions. And again, I don't know the guy's background. I know he's not a doctor. I know that.
He's not Dr. Sleep.
Oh, man. Good movie.
It was a good movie.
Good movie.
I liked it.
Exceeded my expectations. Gotta say. Now Ewan McGregor's got to turn over all that Dr. Sleep money.
Dude, ingestion of just one leaf can cause heart attack and death.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Less than one leaf.
I know, but it says like even touching the plant will cause irritation and
well, technically,
can be
it is a cure for COVID-19.
Yeah. See, well,
so he's not wrong. I say let them do it.
You're right. It is a cure for COVID-19.
You won't have COVID-19 anymore if you sniff it.
Yeah, like nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, weakness, headache, stomach pain, heart problems, heart attack.
Someone needs to make that into a song.
My goodness.
Heartburn.
They did.
Upset stomach, diarrhea. Okay, well, listen, Poundcake's got a point that I hadn't considered. I was looking at it too linearly, right? I was looking at it in a way that a president might, which is, I don't want people to die.
But we don't have one, so.
That's correct. So it is a cure for COVID-19. You're right. Anyway, he went on, walked right into the bear trap, I guess. I'm not quite sure why Anderson Cooper wanted to have the guy on. If the pillow guy is telling people that a toxic plant is a good cure, it's shooting fish in a barrel. And also, when they do these things, there's a lot of like back and forth screaming that I don't like. I don't care for that so much because I want to hear what the other person's got to say. I want to hear.
It's like when people call you and then they'll ask you a question and you'll start to answer and they'll go, "Oh, okay." And
right, that's not entertaining either.
Like,
I mean,
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
You're here for it.
Yes.
It's not entertaining. No. I'm just kind of trying to suss out where they're coming from.
Right. No, but I'm saying you're trying to have the conversation, and then when you start to speak, they always try and cut you off, and it's just like, well, do you want to have a discussion or do you just want to yell at Alan?
Right, but what I'm saying is I'm not inviting those people onto the show.
I understand.
They call me. Anderson Cooper invited Mike Lindell on. And again, I don't even know if I've heard some people say that the My Pillows are great, and other people say they're garbage. So I don't even know. Boy, as with anything, you're gonna get a mixed bag with people. That is for sure.
It's like nailed it. You guys like it? Not from me.
Bill doesn't like
You're
it.
entitled to your opinion.
He doesn't like nasty ass cakes.
No, I just don't.
No one's making him eat it.
Yeah, no one's making me watch it or anything. So I get why people like it. It's just not my show.
The safety tested for
it's
for
not
safety.
tested.
You can use it.
Sir.
Yes, it is. You're going to hear about this. This is what all the newscasts did to take
sir,
away
this is the time to hear about it right now.
This
if you
is
are
the
pushing
cure.
something,
this is the miracle to the country. I have no monetary gain here. I want to help people.
That's not true. You're going to make money from this. You're on the board of this company. You've taken a financial stake in this company.
They asked me last week to go on the board
so that you could go out and.
Listen, they asked me last week. I said yes, and now I'm on CNN telling about how it's a miracle cure. God,
no financial stake.
You would think it was the 1800s again, the way that people... I understand there's probably a part of your brain that would love a miracle cure. You know, anything you got that made you sick, you'd be like, boy, I wish... It's the same thing with like Fat Burner X.
Yeah.
Everybody wants a pill. I get it. Mm-hmm. But there are no shortcuts when it comes to your body or your health or what. It's just no shortcuts.
I wish, like, honestly, if someone said you could wave a magic wand and your psoriasis would be gone, I'd be like, zap me, bitch.
Well, the thing is,
I mean,
is
for
that
that, there might be a pill. You know,
people get to the point with those types of
immediate.
things, though, of desperation, where they are willing to try anything. So when the people are like, "Screw it, I don't care if it's legal or FDA approved or whatever. If it's going to work, I'm willing to try it."
I would think if you were almost certainly going to have a heart attack and or die, you wouldn't be that desperate.
It's the same thing with these people that get like basement like butt injections or boob implants. Like they don't want to go to the proper.
They put carpet remnants in their ass.
Oh my god! Or like caulk or whatever.
Yeah.
No, but people do that with like the diet pills. I mean, I've said on air, I've taken so many different kinds of those in the past, and it's like it says right on there, not approved by the FDA. We can't tell you what this will do to your body.
Right. It's like Alex Jones supplements.
So people who are incredibly overweight, who have a weak heart to begin with, and then they essentially take caffeine pills or whatever it might be, and then they have a heart attack because they think it might help them lose weight.
It's not necessarily a weak heart. It's an overly worked heart.
Overtaxed heart.
Well, it's you know what I mean. Yeah. It's not a healthy heart, a not healthy heart.
Yeah.
Overtaxed Heart, my favorite Garth Brooks song.
It is a good one.
I've got $1,000 to give to you here. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself. Good luck.
Hey, it's Rover. Go fund yourself. It's time for your shot at $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword BANK to the number 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's BANK to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
You want to hear the rest of what the My Pillow guy has to say?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Promote it because you're willing to promote anything, even if it doesn't work.
I don't think Secretary Carson...
I would just very quickly. It would seem to me that if you have like a legit product you're selling, I'm the My Pillow guy, right? And I mean, when these guys get boycotted over at Fox News, the only advertiser they've got left invariably is the My Pillow guy. But it seems to me like if you had a legitimate business like pillows, I mean, who knows what's in how you make them? I wouldn't want to be going out and telling people, you know what, I'm really behind this toxic, poisonous plant. Right. They'd be like, what if he's putting it in the mixture of his pillowcases?
When you frame it like that, it sounds like it's not a miracle cure.
Well, they're like, maybe that's why you sleep so well on this thing. That he's just injecting it full of slowly poisoning.
Yeah. Trace amounts. Mm-hmm. You know, I wake up. I'm so tired. I don't know why. I thought I'd be refreshed. I mean, I got a great night's sleep.
Deepest sleep I've ever had.
It's like I went to bed at 9:30 and then woke up at 2 in the afternoon.
Mike Lindell here for My Fentanyl.
Anything, even if it doesn't work.
I don't think Secretary Carson would bring this to the president with me if he didn't think
Really?
trying to get it out there.
Okay, well, look at his track record on
This
promoting
works
supplements
when
for which he was paid.
I am just telling
So
you,
let me-
this is the answer. Wouldn't you want to save lives?
Sir,
this is what my heart is. I gave it to my friends and
Wow.
family.
You
This
really
saved
are
their
like
lives.
a snake oil salesman.
It
I mean,
saved their lives.
you could be in the old West standing on a box telling people to drink your amazing
No, I give the
elixir.
glory to
and there's
God.
no
I do
proof.
it.
What I've got here in my wagon is the answer and the cure for all your...
How can you just lie like that? Saying he's giving it to his friends and family.
Here's what I'll tell you. I don't know. Well, yeah, that whole thing I think is made up.
It's a lie.
I think a guy like this is like, they're telling me it works, and so I believe them because I'm on the board. There's probably in his brain, he doesn't think he's lying.
Because I have a financial stake. Well, yeah, they just put me on the board last week.
I mean, last week they put me on the board. I mean, if you call it financial stake, I mean, I gave them all my pillows for lumbar support in the boardroom.
I just don't know how you don't get
I do
sued.
what Jesus has me do. I give the glory to God. Why would I do this? Ask yourself, why would it
Money.
ruin my reputation if I didn't
You don't have a
believe
great
in this
reputation.
product?
You don't have a great reputation.
Why would I ruin my great reputation? You don't have one.
I like how calm Anderson Cooper is, though. Where
At this
he's just
point,
hitting him
he's
with like
unbothered.
matter-of-fact things.
But I wonder if those, I was talking yesterday, we kind of briefly touched on pillows. Scintillating conversation here on the show yesterday. But I have gone through so many pillows. I'm like, maybe I'll try this one. Maybe I'll try this one. I think I have found the combo that works for me. I have 2 pillows that I sleep on, and then one between my knees because I have bony knees.
The old man
and I'm a
back.
side sleeper, and I need to align my spine. Yeah. And so I sleep with a pillow between my knees. Does that make you horny? Hey, Kathy.
Hey.
Hi. Is that Kathy with a K or a C?
With a K.
Ooh, doggy.
Oh, the skanky
All
kind.
right.
And a Y.
Yeah.
So I live in Lyndhurst, and this older couple near me, they always have a garage sale, and they were selling these oleander plants, so I bought one for like $20, and it was huge and beautiful, but on the way home, my cousin Googled it because he had to help me move it, and he was saying how poisonous they were, and I was like, oh my God, so I got rid of it because I have a bunch of animals, and I didn't want to take a chance of anything eating anything.
And how did those people not get sick?
How did they not tell me they were selling this poisonous plant?
Well, they probably didn't know. I mean, again, they probably didn't know. Listen, I wouldn't know what an oleander was either, except for that band.
They're really pretty. They're like really. I'll take a picture and send it to you.
No, I've seen them. They're beautiful. Yeah, they're gorgeous. But I mean, that's how nature tricks you, Kathy. They go, come on. That's how Audrey 2 got fed in Little Shop of Horrors. You go, ooh, what an attractive plant, and then la 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 loom right down the gullet.
Kathy, what kind of pets do you have?
Dogs, cats, birds.
Can you just keep it in the room that just the cats are in?
Well, it's going to be outside, but my cat's outside.
She's got an outside cat. It can't be sitting there munching on oleander. It's eating up her basil plants and munching on her tomatoes.
It can. You can eat on those.
Oh, well, a crisis averted, right, Kathy?
Yep.
All right. Thank you, dear.
Thank you.
All right. There's Kathy. There is a grocery store CEO who gave out her cell phone number, saying, stop screaming at my employees if you're one of these dopes that doesn't want to wear a mask. Call me. And you can yell at me, not my employees.
Nice.
Now, I don't think she's fielding calls all night. She's probably using that community app.
Or she's got a
automated
Google Voice or something like that.
Feel free to yell after the tone. King's Food Markets has about 25 stores in the eastern seaboard, Jersey, New York, and Connecticut, mostly throughout the tri-state area there. Judy Spires is the CEO, and she really is mad that people are screaming at her employees.
The buck stops here. I want to be responsible, and if there's a problem that needs to be taken care of that could escalate, I don't want to put that on anybody else but myself. It's just a simple thing. It's not Big Brother trying to control us. It's us begging you, please help me keep my people safe so they can be here to serve you. The numbers are starting to go up. I mean, people, please, don't let your guard down.
Mm-hmm. Now, I didn't take a minute to figure out what her phone number was, but I'm sure that you're an industrious type if you're so inclined, and her name is Judy Spires. She is the CEO of a grocery store chain called King's Food Markets.
Pleading with grown-ass people. This is ridiculous.
Well, you got to get people... You got to get them where...
You have to beg them. You have to beg grown-ass people.
No, not even that. You got to get them... You have to reach people where something is relevant to them. And screaming at people... You know, we talked about this before. It was like the AIDS crisis in the 80s. They were yelling at gay men to wear condoms. They were like, screw that, I ain't doing that. And then they quietly started to put giant bowls of condoms in gay bars and clubs and bathhouses. And little by little, if they were right there, even if you didn't want your friends to see, even if you were nervous, you might grab one or you might grab two. And that's kind of how they did it, was rather than hectoring people, you know, because at the time they didn't know. They thought it was just only affecting gay people. That turned out not to be true. But you know, every time there's something new, you have people, when they made seat belts the law, states that have helmet laws, you know, things like that. Screaming at people don't really do anything. The reason this is different is because you can affect other people. If you don't wear a helmet, you're not going to kill someone else.
But
if you don't wear a seat belt, you're not going to kill someone else. You can't catch car accident. This you can catch.
I just don't understand why they say here it's Big Brother trying to control us, but it's happening everywhere. Like, why?
Because Big Brother is everywhere. Don't you listen to the song at the end of the show, Bill?
Yes.
Don't you listen? The globalists. Globalists. No. Goblins. No.
Masker!
I was watching a little video, by the way, of this doctor who ran 22 miles to work and back wearing a mask, saying, see, I'm fine. You can do this. His oxygen levels never fell below 98% of what they would usually be. Now, this is a guy who's in pretty good shape.
Is he hot?
He's English, so it's a coin toss. But, yeah, it's okay. Yeah, good-looking dude. Is he hot? But he says he lives in one of the hardest-hit areas from COVID-19, and so obviously he's trying to get people to mask up. But he said for all the people who are saying, I can't breathe or whatever, he ran 44 miles in a mask, which I think we can all agree sounds like a colossal pain in the ass. But he's trying to make a point. He's a public servant. First, do no harm. He said, obviously, there are people who can't wear them because of psychological reasons. He's like people who have PTSD, have a hard time with masks. And I don't know enough about that to understand why that is, but I can,
Right, but
infer.
But there are so many options that stores are providing where you don't have to go into the store or interact with people.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's no excuse not to wear the mask. If you are a person that can't wear a mask, there's other options for you. But screaming at employees of a store because you don't want to wear the mask is just you being very self-centered.
No! Okay, let me take a break. If you want to get a text in here, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch there. The Instagram hotties are up there for you as well if you have not taken advantage of that. And we'll be back. 416-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. 35192. Now send me a text. You can watch live at alancoxshow.com, and of course you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app. If you do that from out of state, tell me where, and I'll be happy to give you a pin on the map. Jason listens in Eagle Mountain, Utah. Vicky is in Brooklyn, New York. Andrew is in Chicago. Steve is in the middle of nowhere in Humboldt County, California. He sent me a picture of the shack that he and his girlfriend and dog are living in while they work on an herb farm. And then I heard from Adam, who listens in Lexington, Kentucky. He said, I work at Transylvania University in Lexington, Kentucky, where they are...
it's a night school.
The werewolves.
It is a night school.
That's their
That's
mascot.
right. Yep. And so he said, P.S., call Erica. We all miss her. Oh, how about that? They all miss you.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, Adam from...
Why don't you set me up for some hate mail or something?
Why would I call you and read hate mail to you?
I don't know.
She was on the show too long. Erica goes, yeah, okay, I'm gonna be a hate mail correspondent now.
If I learned anything of 10 years of ACS, it's trust no one.
Wow, I'm so glad that I instilled that in you. Yeah, he goes, call Erica, we all miss her. And I go, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I'm here.
How you doing?
Well, I am in bed today, but yesterday I was out in public.
You know, I was going to say, to some degree, the world has really come around to your way of life, hasn't it?
Honestly, it's really kind of been an eye-opener for me because it's like, or actually maybe for everybody else, because what you guys are experiencing now is what I've been experiencing the last 2 years, but by myself, and then the world continued on without me.
Right.
You know?
Right.
So I'm totally used to this. Like, this is my vibe. I'm like, no one can go out and do anything? Perfect.
No more FOMO.
So do you ever, just to fit in, do you ever scream at Ian in the house that you're not going to wear your mask because of liberty and tyranny?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he can't take away my rights. You know?
Right.
I got privileges in this household.
And she's got coffee cups that say so.
Look at my liberty cups.
I got to tell you, though, instantly when the masks were, like, starting to become a thing, I thought to myself, oh, man, I'm going to be one of those mask police people, aren't I? Because, like, I literally have to be careful. And so instead of doing that, I just am home. Because I don't want to, like, tell people. I don't want to get in those Karen arguments. Like, it's not for me.
Well, and this might be a really stupid question, not my first, not my last, and I may have asked it of you before, but you are in a high-risk group?
Yeah, so we all know I have POTS syndrome, but basically, like, you get POTS because you have something that triggers it, right? It's a symptom, not a disease of itself. So we've been up and down and all around, and at this point, we know that my immune system is compromised based on some tests that we've had done where I had, like, you're supposed to have, like, a certain number of killer cells, and it's supposed to be in the thousands, and mine were, like, in the double digits.
Right.
So we know that there's a compromisation, if that's a word, probably not, of my immune system, but we just don't know exactly if it's multiple things, if it's one thing. So my doctors have kind of just been like, yeah, you need to lay low. And if you do go out, I'm the person wearing the N95 to the grocery store, or if I am wearing my fancy masks, I have to have all the filters and whatnot in it. And I'm following the 6 feet apart thing. You know, I'm not getting close to anyone. So
you got the hazmat suit on when you're going out.
Yeah, and you know, one of the symptoms I've been having this year, I've had periodic fevers, but it's not it's not COVID. So can you imagine if I'm getting a fever like every couple months, I automatically think I have it right away, and I'm like, oh, here go hell come, you know?
Right.
I'm thinking I can't not think the worst, you know, every single time.
Right.
I can't trust a fever, you know?
Yeah.
So fortunately, I haven't had one in a few weeks, so I haven't had any of those. Oh, do I have it? Do I need to do something about this right now? But
what could you do, though?
A lot of people can't trust a fart. Erica can't trust a fever.
Hey,
can't trust a fever.
Have you tried oleander?
Extract of oleander, has that worked well for you?
Poison.
No.
Oh. Well, don't.
I did think of Bill this morning, though, because I had a migraine yesterday, and I woke up this morning and my right eye was twitching, and I thought about Bill's sty that he had, forever.
Yeah.
Or him partially going blind.
What?
It keeps coming back. It's gross.
He partially went blonde. What?
Blind.
Oh.
Yeah, I remember that day on the show. He's like, I can't, hold on, everyone. I can't see out of my eye.
Right. Yeah, hold on. My
you were
eye
talking
doesn't.
about Ian losing his job, and I was like, well, you think that's bad?
Yeah.
And then Alan's like, everybody, you want to go home? And then I spent the night in the hospital. I got a whole bit about it.
He was unemployed. You were unemployed. I don't. Okay. So yesterday you were out. Today, I'm assuming, is a bad day, and you're not just in for shrimps and giggles.
Yeah, I mean, anyone that gets migraines, like pretty much, if the day you get a migraine, you're pretty much shut down. And then the next day, it's like a migraine hangover where you're like sensitive to light. You feel like you haven't been you're like a caveman that has just been unearthed, like, centuries later.
Yeah.
So I'll probably be fine the next day. But yeah, I got a weird eye twitch and I feel a little like something happened to me yesterday. But,
okay.
Every once in a while I get out, I go to the lake, I try to soak in some peace. I, have been known to go to a TJ Maxx or Marshall if my body allows.
It's like Thunderdome in those places now.
You know what's crazy? It is literally post-apocalyptic in there.
Yeah.
Like, no offense to them, but like their stock, they don't have anything. It's like people rummage the store. I'm like, oh wait, was there a riot here? Nope, they just don't have anything.
Anytime you walk in there, you'll see people working there carefully hanging things on racks and placing them. I just want to look at them and go, I know they're paying you. What are you doing this for? Like 30 seconds from now, they're just going to get torn through like Tasmanian devils were let loose in this store.
Just running out the clock.
Totally. Yeah. And it used to be like a few months ago before all this, they would look stressed AF unpacking those boxes, trying to get them out before everyone was walking into the building. But there's still a line out the door. People still want to shop the pick-it-over stuff.
They got a button on their vest that says, ask me about my continual migraines. And then you ask them, and they go, oh, you're a Bill Squire fan. Okay, cool. All right. Well, listen, Adam in Lexington said to call you, and so I did.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's more business as usual here. Like, I don't think there's ever going to be a day where I call you guys up and I'm like, guess what? I'm cured. Like, life's great.
Right.
F you guys. I'm doing well. Like, I don't think that's ever going to happen. But I'm learning to adapt to this new life. I'm doing some home blogging. Decorative pillows and whatnot.
Yeah.
Tasting ice cream.
Tasting ice cream. I did have Cody over.
Oh, yeah, really? You were going over for an ice cream tasting?
I did, yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Some ice creams together.
Wow. And what was your favorite? What were these ice creams?
Oh, Cody, what was the one that won? Do you remember?
It was like a chocolate something. Chocolate.
Yeah, we tried.
Peanut butter.
You guys really out there, huh?
I was gonna say
chocolate.
Yeah.
No, because it was.
He's really breaking the fourth wall there. It was chocolate something. I don't know.
It was like vegan ice cream, right?
No, it's keto ice cream.
Keto ice cream.
He doesn't know what the hell he had. Chocolate something. It was vegan. She's
like,
it was
free.
I don't know.
I went over there to visit, and she's just like, "Hey, we're doing ice cream for like my YouTube page." I'm like, "All right, do I get to eat the ice cream?" She's like, "You get to taste it." I'm like, "Okay."
Wow. Okay.
In my freezer right now because if I can't be of any help on this phone call, I'm at least going to give people a good tasting, healthy ice cream.
Okay. This will help Mary.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Are you on keto, Mary?
No, I can't. It's not vegan.
Oh, it's not. It's just keto.
That's Cody had it mixed
Oh,
up. No,
okay.
Because I don't know
I'm
anything.
on keto.
Bill's
Go ahead.
on
Yes,
keto, though. Yeah.
COVID.
Bill's on COVID.
It's the Enlightened Keto Collection chocolate peanut butter.
That was
Ooh.
it.
That was it.
That does sound good.
Yeah, she just said it. That he co-signs. Yeah, that was it.
Because she had 3. We picked our favorite.
Where do you get it?
All chocolate peanut butter ice cream. That was the point. We were rating the best one.
and he couldn't remember what the flavor was.
It's after the fact, and she's like, "That was the whole point of you being here."
Yeah. All 3 of them were the same flavor, and you couldn't remember what it was.
Yes.
Where do you get those at?
I think that one I got from Whole Foods, I want to say.
Well, I hope you've learned your lesson to never invite Poundcake over for another ice cream tasting.
I did what I was supposed to do. I tasted, and I marked which one was my favorite.
Tell you, he is okay. I'm just like, can we just film this really quick for my YouTube channel? Like, be really fun. Like, I'm feeling good today. Let's try some ice creams. This one gave me the business, man. Like, oh my God, I gotta have a different shirt to put on.
I really did.
Well, but if he's on camera, listen, we're on camera every day. I don't like it, but I've given up.
Because she's pretty. No one, she doesn't look sick. I'm the one that looks sick, and I'm healthy.
Yeah,
so, I had to change.
Right.
Them's the breaks, man. Them's the breaks. There's nothing I can do about that. But, yeah, I mean, he was nonplussed about trying ice creams with me. I'm like, look at me. I'm upright, and I'm doing something with you. Let's pretend to be excited about it.
Yeah. He's like, can't we do something else?
Can we just watch TV?
Let's just lay down.
He just comes over, brings me food, and just gives me the hot goss. Like, that's pretty much...
Hot goss. On the Kennedy grandchildren, I assume?
Oh, yes, obviously.
Yeah,
that
sure.
And his, sexcapades as usual.
Oh, God.
Still unsolicited.
Of course they're unsolicited. Nobody cares. We're not soliciting them. Where can people who want to engage with you hit you up?
I'm still doing my blog page, Peony and Honey, the flower and the honey.
Okay.
And, I mean... if you're interested in home decor stuff, you can follow me there. If you're not, I promise you there will be nothing for you. But, if you're interested in that kind of thing, that's what I'm doing these days. And
let me ask you this. Can I buy any? Will you sell me a flower crown mask?
You know what? I'm not making any masks. I'm trusting the professionals with the mask making. But there's probably some flower crowns somewhere on there. Who knows?
I'm going to put, I assume that's going to make you one of probably 5 people in the United States who are not currently making masks.
Yeah, you know what? I just it's just not for me. Like, I can't get behind a health crisis to profit off of personally. Just doesn't feel right.
You're no Mike Lindell.
It's funny to me that we didn't have enough masks for healthcare providers for like months, and then all of a sudden everyone has a designer mask that they're selling, and it's like, well, where were you people at months ago when we needed masks for people?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, I won't go down that whole road, but obviously, you have a different perspective when you're going through a health crisis and a pandemic happens, because, you just have to be more protective of yourself. And I understand the people that are out there healthy, and if they get COVID, it probably won't be as big of a deal for them as it is for someone like me, but, I have to care. I don't have the luxury of being like, oh, who cares if I get it,
Right, so you're saying that people should wear a mask because it could infect other people, and you should care about other people and not just yourself?
Pretty much.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Right.
Let's not get all weird and crazy on this thing.
So wearing a mask doesn't make me a pussy. It makes me someone that is concerned about the health of other people because they might not have the same type of immune system that I have.
Makes you a liberal cock, Bill. You're a liberal cock.
Makes me a sheep. Yes.
Oh, man. I'm telling you, this year has just made me a savage, man. I have to actively stop myself from just, ripping people new a-holes all the time. Like, I have to, because I try to put it in perspective, not everybody has the same life situation as I have, so they're coming from a different angle, but man, it's really easy to want to just tear into people this year.
And by the way,
easy? Wearing a mask.
Not only that, but who wouldn't want a new a-hole? I've been using the same one for 49 years.
Time for an update.
Yes. A-hole 2.0.
Yeah, she's a great follow on Twitter.
That's right. Try something else out for a change. That's your tagline right there. It's perfect. Okay, good.
For my next business venture, I will put that one in my back pocket.
Erica's a-holes. Okay, good. Well, we're glad that you're living.
Yeah.
Alan, master consoler.
I like to check in on people. I never have any clue as to how to say anything about it. But listen.
You kill celebrities all the time. You say they're dead when they're not.
Right.
I can confirm I am alive.
Right. Well, and I know that you're alive. I hadn't checked in with you for a while, so yeah. Okay.
It's all good. It's a new path now. Whatever that ends up, fantastic. I'm hoping at some point I'll get to a good spot where I can join the radio waves again and have a different take on things than I had before. But for now, I'm just decorating things.
All right. Well, that's all you can do, right?
Yeah, you do what you can.
Yeah.
But I miss you guys so much.
Miss you too.
I'm super happy you guys are doing so well.
All right, well, enjoy every sandwich and every keto ice cream.
I will indeed.
All right.
Treasure every sunset.
Treasure every sunset. Right. Okay. We'll talk to you again.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. There's Erica Lauren. Boy, I'm more interested in Transylvania University now that guy hit me up from Lexington. The guy who, he goes, hey, give Erica a call. So I did. But he goes, I work at Transylvania University, which I'd never heard of before.
Is this a Adam Sandler spinoff?
Like Monsters University?
No, like Hotel
the,
Transylvania. Yeah. Transylvania University in Lexington, they call it Transy, which sounds borderline offensive.
I think you need to know the tone for that one.
Hey, you go to Transy?
I'll see you over there in that dress.
I do. Transylvania University. All right. It was the first university in Kentucky, which must mean that somebody from Romania founded it, right? Isn't that where Transylvania is? Mm-hmm. Is it in Romania?
There's no way to know.
Transylvania.
All I can hear is Young Frankenstein when he's like, Transylvania Station. I don't know why. That's all it's in my head.
Frankenstein. Yeah, all right. Well,
why isn't it Frederick?
That's...
Because it isn't.
That's probably a town that their entire tourism is centered around Dracula. It's got to be, right? And people come in there and... No, Transylvania!
Oh, it's like, they got a pretty big bourbon scene. I mean, I don't know about just vampires.
Have you tried Dracula bourbon?
It's blood bourbon.
Man, it'll bite you and you'll never know what happened. You'll feel like you're going to live forever.
It's like a stake to your heart.
Yeah.
You'll be drunk for 500 years.
Yeah! Feeling trancy?
You'll want to suck this down.
So, okay, cool. Thank you, Erica Lauren. Peony and Honey is where you'll find her. And I'm going to have more of those passes for you if you want to see Metallica at the Drive-In. They got dropped in my lap yesterday, so we'll do them this week. And next week, 420 is going to be your next chance to win those car passes for 6 people. Metallica doing that live show, their first concert of 2020 on drive-in screens all throughout North America, a week from Saturday at area drive-ins. So if you want passes for that, 420 is when that's coming up.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather.
is the Alan Cox Show.
Two 216-578-1007 to join us live, or 800-348-1007, 35192. Send me a text. You can watch AlanCoxShow.com. Watch it live there. Instagram hotties are there for you. The Bill Squire Show. And a brand new Poundcake coming for you tomorrow. We're going to peek into the Kennedys through the prism of Poundcake. Why not? Right? Why not do that?
I know it's very random, but I thought it would be
interesting. It's okay. These are the musings. That's why they're Poundcakes. They are your random musings through your particular prism. That's what we like about them. So I, for one, very excited. Indians over the Pirates last night in Pittsburgh. It was 6-3. They went 10 innings, but finished that way. They'll start up tonight at PNC Park. 7:05 is the first pitch. So the pregame will get going around 6:35 here tonight. Of course, you can listen on WMMS, your FM home for Cleveland. And you can also hear on the iHeartRadio app. You don't have to screw around if you want to listen to the game. If you listen to the show on the app, you just keep streaming it all the way through. I hadn't really been paying attention to the San Diego Padres. That's not usually a team I think that people outside of San Diego pay attention to, and I heard that they were doing well. Trouble is the Dodgers are killing it right now in that division, so the Padres, even doing better than I think they normally do, are back a ways. But they're in the news because they played the Rangers, and this dude on the Padres hit a grand slam against him, and the Rangers were whining.
This makes me crazy when it comes to baseball.
I didn't understand any of this. So he hits a
unwritten rules.
He hits a grand slam when the Padres were already up by 7 runs. I didn't know that there was an unwritten. This is like
professional baseball.
It's like the mercy rule in Little League. Like when my son played Little League baseball, his team was never good, right? He was a good hitter, but he wasn't. He wasn't very good.
Team, right?
They're saying he shouldn't have done that.
Right.
That's what they're saying. They're like, when you're beating us by that.
Man.
I mean, there's games where it's like 13-0,
Yeah.
and So I thought I was misunderstanding it, and then I paid a little bit closer attention to it and watched some of the coverage. I'm like, that's what the guy apologized for hitting a grand slam. I had no clue there was some kind of unwritten rule along these lines.
That they loaded the bases.
Why I have such a problem with baseball is they have all these unwritten rules that you're not supposed to. If you flip the bat, that's super disrespectful. You can't do anything that's fun in this game, and then you get
it's not even unsportsmanlike.
It's not unsportsmanlike to play your best. That's what he should be doing. It's not a little league game like Alan's saying. It is professional baseball, and he's paid millions of dollars to do what he did.
By the way, that's on the pitcher, not him. The pitcher shouldn't have thrown,
Well, he had a 3-0 count, and then the pitcher threw a meatball over the plate, and he took a swing at it and hit it out of the park. What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
This is in the air to right field. Back it goes. Nando has done it again. Fernando Tatis Jr., a grand slam. And the Padres go on top 14-3.
Of course, you'll remember the famous Fernando Tatis Sr., who was Lola Falana's road manager for many, many. I've never heard of the guy. The Rangers coach, this guy Chris Woodward, was upset, whining about it.
These are the same guys that go like, oh, the kids aren't competitive anymore because they give them participation trophies, and then they pull out these stupid unwritten rules of baseball. Baseball is a game where if you have good stats, you get a better contract.
But why are they doing this?
Stats are very important.
Are they being nitpicky because the season is so short?
No. This would have been a big thing.
But I've never,
no matter what, because
really?
it's these old school guys where they think, oh, you're not supposed to run up the score.
I've never heard of this before.
Neither have I.
And I consider myself a baseball fan. Maybe I'm not. I mean, Chris Woodward is 44 years old. He's not some old timer.
Right.
It's not Lou Piniella.
They still have, again, this is baseball culture within there. Like, oh, you're not supposed to run up the score. You shouldn't be swinging at a 3-0 pitch when you're up by a certain amount of runs. But I say swing away.
That doesn't
it's
make
his
sense.
job.
Especially since we've all seen games where you're never so far ahead that they can't come back and kick your ass.
Exactly.
Or
at least
it just
beat
ends
you
0-1. You know what I mean?
After 9 innings.
Yeah, I didn't like it personally. when you're up by 7 in the 8th inning, it's typically not a good time to swing 3-0. That's kind of, the way we were all kind of raised in the game, but
shut up.
The norms are being challenged on a daily basis. So just because I don't like it doesn't mean it's not right, but I don't think we liked it as a group.
Yeah, every single norm in life is being challenged. Why should baseball be exempt? He's a young dude. He's like, I think I'm going to knock this out of the park.
And think of those cardboard kids that were at that game that have been waiting to see a grand slam, and they finally got to see one before it rained and they got destroyed.
The Indians were nice enough to put a cardboard cutout of yours truly along the first base line, and I posted a picture of it on Instagram. And I guess I didn't look at that. It had rain on it. It had rained, or it was morning dew or something. And so all the comments were you sweating in this picture? I'm like, no, but that's very funny. Yeah, it was a very hot day out there. And I think that I probably would have, would not have approved a photo in which I was visibly sweating. Not a sweater. For the most part, I am now, because Mary had it up to 82 goddamn degrees in here.
I turned it up to 75.
And I turned it down
to 60. But do you know that when I turn it up to 75, it doesn't even kick in? Do you know that?
I was sweating.
No, you were not. It didn't get up past 67.
My hoodie is off. I don't sweat, so I know it's hot when I'm sweating.
It's 67 degrees in here. You can't make, just like I can't make the argument that 70 is cold, you can't make the argument that 67 is hot. If you're running hot, that's on you.
I don't run hot.
If you were today, it's 67.1. It is cold in here.
Yeah, because I turned it down half an hour ago.
I had it up for 5 minutes. The first 10-minute segment is as much as that was up, because I walked in, made a comment that it was 65 degrees, turned it up, and when I came back in after the first break, you had already turned it down. So the heat didn't kick in 10 minutes enough to make you sweat like that and raise it up 1.8 degrees.
All right. But I turned it down.
I know you did. That's why I put my jacket back on.
I walk over, I go, 75? What the hell is going on in here?
10 minutes.
I could feel it.
No, you could not.
I might not be.
Completely psychosomatic.
I might not be.
Right under a vent, though.
So there's vents here, too. There's one over there.
Yeah, I think we're all under a vent. I might not be emotionally sensitive, but I'm very temperature sensitive. Yes. That's why my nickname in high school was...
Don't touch my thermostat!
Yeah, I'm not really thermostat guy. I am lights guy, though.
Yeah?
I will turn the lights off faster than... because there's no one here in the building other than us, right? Morning show's in the morning. We're here. Other than that, we've had the place to ourselves for 6 months. Mm-hmm. But for some reason, invariably, once or twice a week, an individual salesperson will be back there doing something at their desk, come in for something, right? I do a lap before I leave the station at night where I turn lights off. I'm lights guy. I go, there's nobody, even middle of the day, because A, I think it's funny for half of this floor to be pitch black.
Right.
But B, before I leave, I do a lap and I turn lights off.
In a couple weeks when the sun's going down at 4 o'clock,
Right.
It's going to be real depressing in
It's
here.
going to be fantastic.
Cave vampires should go to Transylvania University.
Lexington, Kentucky. It's a beautiful city, I've heard.
This is how you conserve the night.
But so I don't know that my dad was thermostat guy in the sense that I remember we would come home from being at my grandmother's at Christmas and the heat would be off.
At your house?
Yes. And I go, and he'd walk in and turn it on, but we were gone for a few days for Christmas because we'd spend a few days at my grandmother's.
Like 40 in your house?
Dude, it was off. He's like, well, why heat the house? So that we aren't walking around in parkas for the first 2 hours that we get home? I mean, whatever. That's how you learn things as a kid. That's how you get yourself a thick skin.
I was more of a...
But I'm not thermostat guy, but I am very much lights guy. If there's a room, nobody's in there, and they haven't been in there, why are the lights on? And quite frankly, Listen, I haven't given it much thought, but now that I'm saying it out loud, I'm a little perturbed that I've never gotten a thank you from Dave iHeartMedia. You know the money I'm saving them and making sure that the electric bill is not through the roof in this place? I'm a booster. I'm a good employee. Nobody says anything. Nobody goes, you know what, Alan? You're right. This guy looking out for the power bill.
Really got us.
Man.
In his heart, if you will.
I was really the both lights and TVs, anything. You got to turn all that stuff off. But especially thermostat, that too, because when you're paying for this house that we had in Lakewood a while ago, it was a big, old, drafty house.
Oh, yeah. It takes a long time to heat it. And
it takes a long time to heat it, a lot of money to cool it.
Yeah.
So in the summer, electric bill was ridiculous. In the winter, the gas bill was just ridiculous. And the kids would just be like, not my problem. So I had to be the guys like, we got to do this the right way, or else we don't even get to live here anymore. There's no more food. There's no more cable. Nothing.
That's why I
the fridge off.
That's why I love having my thermostat. I installed a new thermostat last year, and you have the app.
Yeah.
That's
So
awesome.
anywhere I am, like, bing, 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 bing.
Or if you do leave, you can just turn it back on
Of course,
on your way home or whatever.
you set a schedule for when you want it to turn on and off, whatever. It did bite me in the ass once. Last week, I didn't realize there was a salesperson back there after the show. So I just
Turn it off.
reflexively, and I heard, hello!
Sorry.
Reflexively turned the
That's
lights
late.
off.
When I lived in the ground, it was impossible to keep it warm in the winter. It was so cold in that apartment constantly. I would have to set my thermostat at like 80, and the heat would run constantly. Because and it's
Why didn't you have space heaters?
I didn't think of that. That's why. And plus, I wasn't there a lot, so it was freezing at night. So I would turn it up, and then I would just be shivering, and it would run all night long. And I'm in the ground, and it's an old building too, so the windows were trash. And
The apartment that Gwen and I lived in, I had moved in with her, and we lived in this ground floor apartment that had it was the ground floor level of this woman's house, and it was. We had a couple of windows in this place. So we were in the back of this place. We had no money. Mm-hmm. So the windows were like paper thin. And this is
rattle in the wind.
This is when I was doing sales. So I remember having to get up early because I'm taking the bus and putting a suit on, right? And in the wintertime, which, Midwest. So wintertime's like September 1 to April 30. Mm-hmm. Just freezing. We're just like sleeping in down comforters wrapped up in cocoons.
2 pairs of socks.
Oh,
and a
having to
hoodie
get up and
yeah.
walk to the shower, and it's just the worst. I don't ever, I will murder everyone who tries to get in my way of ever having to go back to a situation like that again.
My building's pretty old, so it's got what are those called?
Radiators.
Radiators, yeah. So
Does it clank?
Not really, a little bit, but not too bad. But in my bedroom, I keep it pretty cold, so I'll have the windows cracked, and I'll have the radiator turned down as much as you can, so that my bedroom stays a little chilly. And then I like getting up in the morning and then opening my door and having all the heat from the rest of the house just go whoosh, and wash over you. It's such a nice feeling.
My old apartment on Prospect Avenue.
Where you used to throw hands?
Where I used to throw hands outside of Prospect Avenue, yeah. I had a friend, I was leaving the club, and a straight friend was staying with me, and he just crashed on my couch. I was like, yeah, no big deal, dude, fine. So I go to my room. I had a radiator in my room. And so the next morning, he's like, hey, bro, did you have somebody over last night? I'm like, no, why? He's like, it sounds like you were going to town. I said, oh, no, that's my rickety radiator. It was just it sounds like someone was beaten and smashed.
Your radiator sounded like you were having sex with somebody?
Because my door was closed, so all he heard was banging.
Oh, yeah.
So he's like, either, there's a smackdown going on outside, someone was throwing hands, or he thought I had somebody over. I said, no, this is a very old apartment. Ow!
Bill likes to provide the heat in his bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
Ow!
I just like to sleep when it's cold. I like to be warm in my bed, but I like the air around me to be cold.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
And also, I don't like to be too hot already, because, the farts.
Because the farts.
The farts.
They
Warm it
linger.
up.
They linger longer in the heat.
Sure.
Ugh.
You can Dutch oven yourself that way. Mm-hmm. Hey, Kyle.
What up?
What up?
Hey, I know you guys are moving on that Fernando Tatis.
Fernando Tatis Jr., yeah.
Yeah. I'm a huge baseball guy. I umpired it, I coached it, I played a little bit in college and all that stuff. And there are unwritten rules and whatnot. But for the Rangers to be itching and complaining about this Grand Slam, this is the same team that beat the Baltimore Orioles 30-3 2 seasons ago.
The Rangers did?
8 or 9 grand. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
They hit 8 or 9 home runs their input. You didn't hear anybody complaining about that back then or anything like that. But yeah, it's.
I just don't ever recall anything like this before. I don't recall anybody ever complaining about something like this.
Kyle, what are some of the other unwritten rules of baseball?
Don't touch. You don't, when you cross over the line, you don't touch. You don't step on it. You don't step. It's like you step on the crack, you break your mother's back. You step on the line, you can go 0 for 4 with 4 Ks.
So that's just superstition.
What line? The baseline?
Yes and no, but you name it, it can be anything. You know, you don't spit on the field. You don't flip the bat. You don't swing at 3-0. But just like society, baseball has become very sissified. You know, you guys were thrown at each other in the 60s, 70s. Heck, you guys just spoke a couple months ago how Nolan Ryan beat the crap out of Robin Ventura.
Yeah.
What happened to that?
Right.
You know? So, everything's getting all sissified. If I'm not mistaken, the pitcher threw at the next batter because he was pissed because he decided he wanted to put for a lack of a better word, a shot so he could hit it 450.
Yeah, I was looking at you when you watch it. You're looking at the guy in the on-deck circle, and this guy's got this look on his face like, "Oh my God, I'm going to take one right to the skull after this."
Come on, man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Some teammate.
It's just becomes sissified. You know, I know, and even now, if you watch like the Instagram videos and stuff, you see little kids now doing the same thing. There was a little 8-year-old that went after the opposing pitcher because he threw at his ankle. Like, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I did see that video. That was
All right, thank you, Kyle.
Right, yeah, exactly. All right. Hey, no problem.
All right, thank you.
Baseball, yeah, baseball. Didn't feel it all of that. Baseball.
Fernando Tatis Jr., he did apologize for hitting a grand slam. I'm not sure. Again,
so
I've
ridiculous.
never heard of anything like this, but he did.
I've been in this game since I was a kid, man. And I know a lot of unwritten rules, but I was kind of lost on this one. They told me after 5, 7, after 6, or something like that. And, from those experiences, you got to learn from it. Probably next time I'll take a pitch.
You can't even tell what the guy's saying, but that's him apologizing.
Now I have a question.
Apparently in an abandoned missile silo, but yes.
Well, there's like little unwritten rules, I think, in a lot of different things. That
Government. Leadership,
yes,
those things have all been blown away.
Well, I'm saying like in comedy, or I don't know so much about music, but like in comedy, if you're, one of the opening acts, it's not always kosher to do a bunch of crowd work in front of the headliner. Like that's just something that is an unwritten rule. You can do it, and you can go up and you can destroy the room doing that crowd work, but it's just one of those things that's like, hey, maybe don't. It's just one of the, So I'm wondering if this is
headliner.
If this is kind of along the same lines, or like an opening band doing an encore. Is that something that they would normally do? Is like, hey, that's not really your place. Don't be that guy. Is it kind of one of those where it's just like, hey man, don't.
Unwritten rules only work insofar as people are aware of them. I mean, he's a professional baseball player, which I assume means he's come up through some kind of minor league system, or at least played when he was younger. So he's been playing ball for a while. He goes, I'm a younger guy, but So unwritten rules, I mean, if you saw somebody doing what you were talking about, you might say something to them and they go, oh, I didn't know that. I'm sorry. Somebody who's brand new or whatever. And then you go, okay, well, now you do. Right? Now, if they keep going down that road, then you're like, all right, well, they're just throwing it to the wind. They don't give a rat's ass, or whatever. But I'm just saying, unwritten rule aside, I've never heard of a coach complaining and then a guy apologizing.
That is wild.
I think people are crazy for the most part when they talk about, people are getting to be pussies. They can't. But boy, this is buttoned right up to the line where it's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, but this is like an old school thing. So it makes the old school version, like the unwritten rule of old, seems like that makes you a pussy, not like him being like, oh, it's old school guy. A lot of guys came up playing this way where they're 3-0 and you're up 7, you don't swing at a pitch. That's a stupid rule. Like, that's a stupid unwritten rule.
Hey, Rick.
Yeah.
What's going on, man?
Hey, man. What's going on, Alan?
How are you?
Love the show.
Thank you. What's up, dude?
So, the reason I called in, the other unwritten rule of baseball is that when a player hits a home run, as he rounds third base, he's supposed to take his hat off and wave it to the crowd as they cheer for him, like a thank you. And Ted Williams, who is considered the best hitter in baseball history, refused to do it because he hated the media.
Wow, and look what happened to him. He got decapitated and frozen.
Yeah.
Didn't work out so well for him.
No, he didn't have a hat. He didn't have a head to put his hat on.
That's right. All right, thank you, Rick. I appreciate it.
Show some RESPICT.
That's right. All right, I've got a break. If you are on hold, I will grab you on the way back. If you want to shoot me a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com for everything else, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
hit. Anyway, Arthur Black out at Black's Peaches. Frog in his throat notwithstanding. He's very upset. Almost 100 years. Imagine that. You know, it would be cool to go, we're in the peach business, which you most, I think, closely associate with Georgia. Georgia peaches. But I think they've got them in Florida, but in South Carolina or North Carolina. This is South Carolina. Whatever.
Somebody comes in and steals some peaches from you.
But that is exactly what...
That's the clip they used. Somebody said we're going to steal some peaches from you. Yeah, we got a Facebook message said we're going to come steal your peaches tonight. We thought it was some kind of vernacular that the kids were using. We thought peaches was something else, like in that WAP song. We didn't know they actually meant they was going to take our peaches. What about the teachers of peaches? It'd be great if you went there and every bit of music they had on their playlist was peach-oriented. It was just old Peaches songs that are just replete with expletives. Or Presidents of the United States. What are other Peaches and Herb?
Cream?
Peaches and Cream.
That's the only one I know.
More like Peaches and Crime.
Hey.
Peaches and Crime. What's Peaches and Cream? That's an R&B
D12.
song? Or D12?
Isn't it D12?
It's 112.
112.
D12
is Eminem, isn't it? Yeah.
They don't even know the name of my band.
Yeah, that's
Literally.
D12. 112.
112. I was gonna say,
She knew the band. She just got the song wrong.
It's a sexy song.
Okay.
Could you imagine?
Peaches and Herb could be in there too. Reunited and It Feels So Good.
They did a halftime at a Cavs game not long ago.
Yeah, they did.
And they had like old men and ladies dancing in gold jackets. Yeah, this one. You get it to this.
They did halftime at the Cavs game?
I think
Peaches
so.
and Herb did, yeah.
We were there together, I think.
Yeah, we were there. It was like right before, night before Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did they do all the hits, Shake a Groove thing, and Reunited and all that stuff?
How much does that gig pay?
Yeah, right?
I mean,
enough. I'm saying it's like 5 minutes.
But Reunited wouldn't be like a really halftime jam.
They
That's
had a bunch
ballad.
of like middle-aged people
Yeah, they had, like,
dancing
the-
in the same jackets.
Did they?
They had like the Cavs knee replacement dancers or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Knee
Silver
replacement
sneakers.
dancers.
Silver sneakers, that's probably what it was.
happened here. They found out about it last week.
They called me up about 5 minutes after 7 and said, "There's not any peaches up here." I said, "Do what?"
York County deputies said...
I said, what?
No,
We always have
what is
peaches up there.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean we ain't got no peaches up there?
So we called the fuzz.
Oh, God.
He's done it again. And they got here right quick. They said, well, I guess we'll take a statement. But I don't know. Tell you what, we're going to go next door and talk to that guy who fixes shoes, Bill. You know the guy I'm talking about.
Oh, the cobbler.
The orchard was the victim of a big theft. Someone apparently really wanted the fruit, and a lot of it.
Somebody picked them, tracks going out of the orchard and all that stuff. So at a minimum, they got 150 baskets of peaches.
We're talking about 3,000 peaches worth around $1,500. Black is not happy, and neither are his customers.
I travel about 37 to 40 miles just to come here.
Sherman Dunmore heard about what happened, and he was...
Sherman Dunmore was pissed off when he traveled 37 to 40 miles to get him some peaches. Certified South Carolina peaches. Yummy.
Stunned at the fact that it happened here.
This family has worked hard in order to serve the community, and the community should not come back and try to destroy all that they have built.
You know what? They say it couldn't happen here. I didn't ever think that we'd see a $1,500 theft. Somebody out here purloining our peaches.
Taking the fruits of our labor.
Fruits of our labor, if you will. Man.
3,000 peaches.
3,000 peaches, $1,500. Thought the market rate for peaches was a little higher than that.
Hey, right now everything's going up in price, right? Shortages all around.
Between the lumber and the peaches, woof.
Black's Orchard is on Black Highway in York. The orchard started by Arthur Black's great-grandfather, and it's a staple people simply love.
I mean, who doesn't love
and
a
many
black
want
peach?
to know who did it and why. But for Arthur Black...
Well, I got a little upset, probably to say the least. I probably spoke in a foreign tongue or two.
He just doesn't want it.
I probably spoke in a foreign tongue, if you know what I mean. I was hurling expletives like you would not believe. I was I was peeved. I'd go so far as to say I was downright peeved.
I dropped a corn sarnet.
That's right. Dad Gummit was in there.
Yea, my son, I see Koshantala. Yea, my son, I see Koshantaya. Thank you, Jesus.
That's ancient Sumerian for where are all the goddamn peaches?
Happen again.
If they can live with it, I can live without it.
Now that
his phone starts ringing. Hey, they just got more peaches. Get off the TV, man. They just stole more. Well, anyway, thank you to one of our bureau chiefs who sent me that story.
I feel like that would take a long time.
It would take precisely 37 to 40 miles to get there, and then who knows where the thieves came from.
Depends how many people were picking the peaches.
That's right. I mean, if you're gonna go all that way, and it's probably they're gonna find out it's like a college prank or something, right? A couple of kids came down from Transylvania University, get themselves some peaches.
A peach picking prank?
Yes, a peach picking prank. Alan, way to make fun of people in the South. If you have any balls, let's hear your black guy or Latino guy. Yeah, that's what I thought, pussy liberal. That's a text.
Was it?
Yeah. Well, listen,
Was
again,
it at least a ...
My
Yeah,
roots are in the deep South. You know, my dad born in Tupelo, raised in Alabama. But I do like the fact that you're equating white Southern guys with black guys and Latino guys.
And were we making fun of them, or were we just doing a voice?
I was imitating the guy's voice.
Yeah,
right.
It was fun. Sensitive, so sensitive.
Everybody.
You know, I get a lot of conservative snowflakes who blow me up. They blow me up on the email. They blow me up on the text. There's a lot of crying going on right now. I mean, I know why, but there's a lot of lashing out at things. He's not mad at me, right? He's just mad in general. And I'm here so he can take it out on me, which I encourage. You know, if nothing else, I'm happy to be a conduit for whatever, because it's not going to change my life. And you might feel a little bit better, quite frankly. Really love your peaches, want to shake your tree. Steve Miller Band.
Steve Miller Band, yeah.
Oh, man.
They grow on trees?
Peach trees, yes.
Peach trees. Well, I didn't know if they were like shrubs.
I think it's funny
or
when
full-blown
shrubs.
trees. You know what I mean?
When you do like a Wisconsin or Minnesota accent, there's never people like, oh, why don't you do a North Dakota accent, you pussy?
Right.
Well, like I said, I don't think he's mad at me. He's mad at something. But
You like anything else once we're airborne?
Oh, Peach. Sit. Come here. You know, I can eat a peach for hours.
There's your culprit.
you know, I can steal a peach in a minute, but I can eat one for hours.
It's got years worth for $3,000.
You know, that little scene there that we've referred to before in the classic film Face Off, where Nick Cage goes the full Nick Cage, and the whole eat a peach thing, it is funny. But in that context, he could have put any fruit in there, and it probably would have had the same effect. He's trying. Yeah, he's trying. He's got this girl on his
banana.
Yes, I can eat a banana for hours.
Banana for hours. He's like, are you hitting on me or this guy?
Yeah.
She's sitting on his lap. He's trying to, I know where he's going there.
Grapes.
Yes. I could eat grapes for hours.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Yes, it does.
No, it does not. It does not.
When you're down there, if you know what you're doing, you're supposed to be focused on something tiny and in the center.
Mm-hmm.
Like a grape.
Or a peach pit.
Oh, it better not be that big. Oh, God.
It's as big as a grape?
How was your day last night? I got down there. It was like a goddamn peach pit. I don't know what... is that where the peach thing comes from? I don't know. You better look into that. So the peach thing, listen. I think the peach...
kiwi for hours.
Right. Fur on.
I don't mean Australians.
New Zealanders?
Grieg the Shock Norman. Listen, I think the peach was the correct fruit to go with there.
I think it's because of the slurping sound when you eat it.
Oh, I don't slurp when I eat a peach?
When you bite it, you don't bite it and really?
No, because I don't eat them like that. I quarter them, of course. Take out the stone, and then you eat the slices.
Huh.
Yeah, we just got a big bag of peaches.
And that's how he eats the other thing, too. He quarters them.
Quarters it, take out the stone.
I do. What I like to do is I like to tar and feather my lady, and then I get in there. I turn a fan on, and it blows away all of the excess feathers, and all I'm left with is some tar.
Yeah.
And then I really zero in. No, I'm
Nice
not.
and sticky.
I mean, I don't want to eat a peach like that.
You like an apple?
I don't want to eat a peach like that. No. Because it's all over. Yeah, I'm not.
It's not a clean fruit.
No, I'm not 5. I mean, I want to eat it and enjoy it and not worry about,
being sticky.
Yeah, I don't be sticky when I don't want to be.
I'm more of a nectarine guy myself.
Yeah. Save the stickiness for the tar, am I right?
You can be. Yeah. Yeah, they were. At Transylvania, they prefer blood oranges, somebody points out.
True.
That's quality. I get that. There's a story going around, too, about a former security guard at a hospital who is now a doctor. He went to medical school. He told everyone he was going to go to medical school, and now he is a doctor. And he was sitting in his first day, and now he's at the hospital where he used to be a security guard.
Nice.
Except now he's a doctor.
That's a glow up.
How young was he when he was the security guard? Because, I mean, medical school will run you 12 years. I mean, like, after you get everything.
I mean, he looks like a young man. He said, it's my first official day on my 3rd year surgical rotation.
Oh, so he's resident.
Or whatever, yeah. At the Baton Rouge Medical Center. So it's like, on the one hand, if you were his colleagues, you'd be happy for him, but it would also be kind of a weird thing to get your head around, too. Like, that's the guy we used to call when somebody ran into the hospital without a badge. Or whatever they do. That's what we used to call that guy when we needed some security.
When the fist fights would break out after the test results.
At the ER, right.
You know what I don't see? I don't see any videos of people not wearing masks in hospitals. Why are they okay to wear masks there, but not in the grocery store?
You mean civilians?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they do not F around at a hospital.
Okay.
Grocery store, they're like, you know what? We want you to wear one, but we're not going to make our employees fight you. Hospitals, there's a different mental calculus there.
Okay. I think they have security at the hospitals that say you just can't come in here.
Right, you cannot come in.
Or not even so much the security aspect where if you're going to the hospital, you are there because you need to be. Like, you're like, okay, I have to go into this hospital. I need to get treated or whatever it is. Whereas at the grocery store, you can make a fuss of it because you don't necessarily need to get your bread right from that place. You can't really, if you're gonna go to the hospital, you can't really just go to somewhere else.
I haven't seen any videos of anyone like, I have to get checked out and I don't have a mask and I don't have time to go back and get one.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any of those videos in the waiting room.
And so I would always get this jolt in my chest when I would see a doctor coming from the parking lot.
Big guy, too. He looks like Questlove.
Up and entering into the hospital. And I would try and stop every last one of them and just ask them, like, yo, like, what does it feel like to have on that white coat? What does it feel like to be a doctor? Like, what does that feel like? And I would try to ask them as many questions as I possibly could. And a lot of them wouldn't give me any play. They wouldn't even pay attention to me. And even some of the people I used to work with who were security guards with me used to laugh at me when I would tell them, like, yo, one day I will be a doctor. And while I'm not that far away, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. And this moment just means so much for me, for my kids.
He's being very diplomatic, too, I should say.
A real bedside manner he has.
Right.
Who do you think you've been that person for where you laughed at them when they told you their dreams? Can you think, like, because you probably were that for somebody where they're like, I'm going to do this, and you're like, oh, hey, yeah, you are.
Nah, I was always
No,
right.
No.
My niece wanted to keep playing volleyball at the beach like 2 weeks ago, and I was very frustrated because she's not listening to what I'm saying and just swinging her arms, and it's going all over the place, and she's getting aggravated that we can't hit it back and forth. And we took a break, and she's like, can we play volleyball again? And then I kind of muttered under my breath, I was like, you're not very good at it. And I didn't mean for her to get so upset, but she was clearly, and I was like, well, no, you're just not listening to what I'm trying to backpedal.
Oh, she heard you say it.
Yeah, I was like mumbling.
More of a mutter.
Yes, like
yeah.
more of a mutter, like I don't want to do this for another 45 minutes and have both of us be frustrated.
You might not even realize you've done it either, though. Like, I mean, you're giving a very good example right now.
Yeah, she probably doesn't. She's not asked me to play volleyball again.
Yeah.
After that.
Mission accomplished.
Right.
But there's definitely people that have maybe it was just you being dismissive of their, like, hey, I'm going to go for this. You're like, okay. Go for it. Do it. Whatever. I don't care.
Yeah, but that's not. I think being dismissive. You're giving them a yes and. I mean, I thought you were talking about like, yeah, good luck with that.
But
like,
I've
never done that. To anybody.
There might be somebody that was they're using your shutdown or your dismissiveness as their motivation. Be like, well, one time I went to do a Bill Squire show and he was very dismissive of my set afterwards, and and I'm still pretty supportive, but I'm sure there's plenty of people that are like, yeah, I'll show him. So
but you've never.
I like to think that there's people out there that are like that, because there's plenty of people that I'm sure were motivating to me and they didn't even realize it.
But you think that there were people that you were dismissive to?
I'm saying that they can interpret that as dismissive.
Well, that's different.
Right, but I'm saying
I'm not responsible for how you interpret me.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is I like to think about that and go, okay, so...
You mean who did use that?
Am I someone's inspiration to get to that next level?
I see
to prove you wrong.
Yeah, to prove me wrong. To say I couldn't do it. Bill
show
Squire said I
him.
couldn't do it, and here I am. I did it. Because I think a lot of people only think of them as being the one that, like, I worked my ass off. There's a lot of people that laughed at me when I said that this was my goal, and now I'm here. You never think about the other being the other side of that coin.
Right, but I'm hearing you say two different things, because you're saying they told me I couldn't do it. But you're just talking about, like, if they interpreted you as being dismissive.
Right.
I'm saying you would never, I can't see you telling somebody, you'll never make it, because no one knows how anything works.
Right.
So, I thought I was going to be the drummer for Van Halen or something, And so, my mom would be like, well, practice. Practice.
Yeah, so I guess I'm saying more, you are probably someone's inspiration at some point to go, well, I want to prove them wrong.
Prove them right.
Or prove them.
It doesn't have to be negative.
I think the
some
negative
people
is the one that people hang on to more.
Well, yeah,
as
but that's
motivation.
I'm sure it is. I mean, there are plenty of people where that is motivating for them, but there are other people who are motivated by people's approval or whatever. Yeah. Or whether approbation's one thing, but I mean, if you have people going, you know what? I think you're going to be great. You just do what you got to do.
Stick with it. Yeah.
Stick with it.
Keep trying. Keep coming out. Yeah.
I'm sure there's people that have all of us.
No.
One time I didn't know.
Not me.
I didn't know what I was doing was harmful.
Sure.
I thought I was giving a girl advice. This was early. I was not in a place to be giving advice at all in stand-up. And there was a girl who did a set, and I was sitting with two comedians who are poonhounds to begin with, and all they could talk about, because she had on like a short skirt and a really tight low-cut top, and all they could talk about was
great ass!
And after her set, I went up to her and I was like, hey, if you're going to be doing comedy at open mics and bars, maybe just be a little bit more conscious of what you're wearing, because a lot of the guys weren't listening to what you were saying.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's good advice.
I didn't know that I had really offended her and that she had not done stand-up after that, until a comedian came to me like 2 years later and was like, hey, do you remember this girl? Because you're the reason she quit. She said that you made her feel like
then she was never going to make it.
Well,
then
they
she
were
was
like,
and by the way, that wasn't even a critique about her material.
no, I was like, just be
It was a critique
cognizant.
about her lack of fabric.
Well, it was just be cognizant of what you look like. You're on a stage. You're in a dirty bar at an open mic with gross comedians. Like, if you want them to listen to you, this is maybe not the attire to get
Dress
that
like a
across.
Mennonite, and then they will pay attention to what you're saying.
You should be comfortable
scaring
on-
away the other competition.
No, not at all. And you should be comfortable on stage, and if that's what you want to wear, and that's how you feel confident. But it was more or less like a, hey, you might run into some. And I know this sounds like a, what was she wearing?
No, but
which
that's
is
also,
not.
but I take you at your word, and that is also somebody who would have never made it.
Yeah. But I
They were
didn't
like-
know that I was the reason that she was like, oh, well, if I can't wear what I want to wear, and da-da-da-da. I was like, well, no, I was just saying these guys, all they did was talk about your body the entire time you were on stage.
How about you put some jeans on and work on your material?
You're right.
It's that simple.
But was she funny?
Too
I
early
honestly
to tell.
don't even remember. I think
Too
it was
early
her
to tell.
first or second time on stage at a bar open mic, and I'm listening to two dudes chirp in my ears about, oh, look at those,
But for this guy who's going to be a doctor, it would be weird to now be working with the doctors who were
that's what I'm saying.
Dismissive, be strange.
But they're also it's like we were talking about with Ellen, where they're just getting off a shift as a doctor. So when he's trying to pick their brain, they're like, man, I just want to go home and decompress.
Yeah,
So
I
they're
totally
like,
get that, man.
so they're like, yeah, good for him. We were doing a lot of stuff. I was frazzled. I wanted to get home. So when he's trying to ask me about being a doctor and what it feels like, I'm like, yeah, good. Can I go home now?
It's like the people that send me a DM like repeatedly. and they're like my message request, and they're like, "Hey, bro, I just wanted to know, how do you get into radio?" I'm like, I'll let you know when I make it. Like, I got lucky. I don't know what you want me to tell you. I went to school for it. Luckily, I got a job before I graduated. Plan on being broke for many, many years. And they're like, oh, well, that's not encouraging. I'm like, it's the truth. Do you want encouraging or do you want the truth? Have a side job. I had 3 or 4 at one time. So.
There you go. Some words of wisdom from the Poundcake. All right, I got a break. Those Metallica passes for you when I come back, closer to 4:20. Car pass for you to see the Metallica live show 1 week from Saturday at a drive-in. It's good for 6 people. 3 or 4 copies of the new Metallica S&M 2 as well. And then if you strike out there, consolation prize, you could get yourself $1,000 to go fund yourself coming up at 4:30.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Score your front row seat to our 2020 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
A virtual ticket to be part of music history on the Capital One fan wall.
An interactive video experience with our superstar lineup.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Are you guys ready to have fun yet?
When you look up on stage at your favorite artist, they'll be looking right back at you.
Don't miss your once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be a part of music history.
Our 2020 iHeartRadio Music Festival, starring BTS,
Coldplay,
Kane Brown with special guest Khalid,
Keith Urban,
Migos,
Miley Cyrus,
Thomas Rhett,
Usher,
and more.
Ready to win your front row video fan wall access?
Go to iHeartRadio.com/festival.
Want to see every episode of the CW's Nancy Drew? How about the CW's newest hit, Stargirl? And all for free? Stream now on the CW. No login and no authentication. Who needs that hassle? Stream free, only on the CW.
From the MGM Northfield Park Weather Center, Las Vegas is here.
WMMS weather.
Hey guys, for tonight, mostly clear and quiet, temperatures in the 50s. Tomorrow's sunshine, highs around 80. I'm 19 News meteorologist Sam Roberts on WMMS.
This report is sponsored by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care.
It's simply Conrad's biggest savings ever. Right now, bundle and save up to $400, including mail-in rebates on select sets of 4 Goodyear tires when you use your Conrad's Goodyear credit card. Get the tires you need now, only at Conrad's.
Your afternoon drive is fueled by GanleyAuto.com, Ohio's largest automotive retailer.
Any trade goes right now at your KOB. Bedford, due to national shortage, used car values are at an all-time high. We'll buy from you even if you don't buy from us. Get a check on the spot. Expect up to $4,000 more for any trade, even if it sounds like this.
I kid you not. It goes like this.
Drive away in a brand new Kia for just $96. Take your pick. $96 down on a selection of brand new, well-equipped Kias. Or lease the hot new 2020 Kia Forte for only $96 per month for 36 months with $3,500 due at signing. Credit less than perfect. KOB wants to approve you. Thousands approved each year with our credit programs. It's what we do. Any trade goes right now at your KOB. Kia of Bedford, located on the historic Bedford Auto Mile. Shop 24 hours at KiaofBedford.com.
To qualified buyers with approved credit, 2020 Kia Forte, 36 months with $3,500 due at signing, plus taxes and fees, 10K annual miles, no security deposit required. See dealer for details. Offer expires 9/3/2020.
The world is shaped by the voices we choose to listen to, the leaders we pay attention to, the ideas we choose to embrace. What if we made the choice right now to create a new world with better outcomes for more of us by listening to more voices? What if we made the choice right now to design a future inspired by the diverse voices of 100 amazing women? Women are speaking. Listen to them, learn from them. Join us at P&G and choose equal right now for an equal future. And now, Hear Equal. Introducing Seneca's 100 Women to Hear, a new podcast by Seneca women supported by P&G. Listen on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Alan for Window Nation. So I just mentioned to you that they have recently installed their 1 millionth window. Now, the question I have is, did that individual installer get treated to like a balloon drop when the window went in? I don't know how that part works out, but the whole thing pretty cool. Window Nation windows in at Casa Cox. And if you have thought about it at all, if windows are on your to-do list, put them at the very top because you can get Window Nation windows made here in Northeast Ohio, and they will cost you nothing for 2 years. They're deferring your payments for 24 months. You don't give them a penny down. There's nothing month to month. No interest for 2 years. If you want to start, go to windownation.com. You can look into a free estimate there, and you can call them if you like. If you want to talk to somebody directly, 866-90-NATION to do that. Make sure to give them my name if they ask. The window styles, whichever kind you want. And again, windownation.com will kind of open that world up to you. But they'll take 50% off the window styles, and then your full order, however many you've got coming, deferred payments for 2 years. You pay nothing to Window Nation for 24 months. 866-90-NATION to look into it and drop my name if you talk to them, or go to windownation.com.
The first movie back in theaters should be funny and heartwarming, right?
Wrong.
I don't think you really know what a bad day is.
But you're gonna find out. Unhinged, starring Russell Crowe, takes you on a psychological thrill ride through the mind of an unhinged man who turns road rage into full-blown terror.
But that's where we are in this world today. Seem to have developed an inability to apologize to anyone for anything.
This is where your first lesson begins. In theaters Friday. Yeah, in theaters.
All month long, get a 7-inch hot buttered cheesesteak from Mr. Hero for only $4.50. Place your order ahead of time with our online ordering at MrHero.com and get this classic today.
Mr. Hero, it's a
Time to get stuff away. Time to get stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Metallica, one night only, an exclusive concert at a drive-in theater near you all throughout Northeast Ohio. Metallica, 1 week from this Saturday night, the 29th, with special guest 3 Days Grace, rep in Canada. Metallica is the first band to be featured in the Encore Drive-In Nights concert series. Okay? So it's Metallica playing live for you. And I'm going to give you a car pass that is good for 6 people. And I'll also throw in 4 of the digital downloads for Metallica's S&M 2, which is brand new. Their second go-round, their second in 20 years with the San Francisco Symphony, their hometown, right? So, you want to go see Metallica on the 29th, be caller 10, and we will make it so. Good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
I met Alan. Did you? I gave him marijuana.
Oh, great. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
These are on sale, too, if you want to look into it through Ticketmaster. I think we're giving away some more online. If you go to WMMS.com/Metallica, simple enough. You can get all the details there for you. And I'll have another car pass for you tomorrow at 4:20. And then every day next week. Be gone a couple of days next week, but I will make sure it's all set up for you to win. So if you struck out with us last week, they dropped a few more into my lap yesterday.
Car pass DM.
Car pass DM. That's right. So that'll be fun. 1 week from Saturday night. Metallica on stage. Tribe game tonight. Second of 3 against the Pirates in Pittsburgh. 7:05 first pitch. So we'll get out of here around 6:30. Shot for you to go fund yourself and then right into Tribe pregame. Indians over the Bucks last night. That was 6-3. Took them 10 innings, but they won. So they'll get a crack at them again tonight. And you'll hear all of it on MMS, and you'll also hear it on the iHeartRadio app. And if you need to get yourself some appropriate gear, do it from CLE Clothing Company. Something to think about. Use the promo code SMILE for 20% off. That girl that was wearing the hot pants on stage, did you tell her, oh, also smile more?
That helps so much. Don't talk back to the men when they say anything.
When you're up there, make sure you smile. And smile, 20% off. If you want to do it online, you can do that. You want to go into one of their stores, they are open. If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio from out of state, tell me where. Nate is in Tacoma, Washington. Joe is in Knoxville, Tennessee. Adam listens in Lexington, Kentucky. We got a whole lot of people in Denver and throughout Colorado. One of them was hitting me up that Colorado is going to be the first state to get pot vending machines.
Ooh.
Yeah. So if you're out there in Colorado, maybe you already know about it because there are plenty of them up. Marijuana vending machines, a lot of them available in Colorado, and they have plans to install many, many more.
That's exciting.
It's very exciting.
Like treats and stuff?
Yeah, these are starting like standard vending machines with the rings and the rows and the thing, and you pick out what you want, and you know. See, I think...
Are they going to get robbed?
I think, smash and grab.
Yeah.
I think as these evolve and progress, they're going to have to mix the weed with the stuff you would want to eat with it, right? Oh, Swedish fish next to those, I call them eatables, but because I think it's funnier. You know, Mars bar next to the whatever.
Yeah, one-stop shopping.
One stop. Pueblo, Colorado, which you might recall if you are of a certain age, namely mine. Pueblo, Colorado is where you used to you'd send your cereal box tops to Pueblo, Colorado, and you would also get some kind of consumer catalog from Pueblo, Colorado. But that's where they're starting these vending machines out there. They can hold up to 2,000 cannabis products each.
Wow.
They're going to also install them at the Starbuds dispensary in Aurora, Colorado. Yeah, people in Aurora need to chill out. They've had more than their, I think, per capita share of shootings in Aurora over the past 20 years, maybe.
Yeah, but which per capita?
Well, there are a lot of per capitas, and so it depends on which one you're talking about, and I understand there might be some confusion there.
On a per capita basis.
On a per capita basis, that's right.
And, when you say per capita, there's many per capitas. It's like per capita relative to what? But you can look at just about any category, and we're really at the top, meaning positive on a per capita basis.
How are you not getting sued, by the way, when you call your place Starbuds?
Well, it's a different name.
It's not Starbucks.
Well, that's how you get sued. Is they go, that sounds...
You're
people have been sued
piggybacking
for
off
less
of
than that.
Starbucks, yeah.
People have been sued for way less than that.
McDowell's. They got run out of town.
McDonald's has the arches. McDowell's has the arcs. Isn't that what it was?
Different.
Yes.
Different.
Your sign is yellow and red. Ours is red and yellow. Okay? Come on.
Yeah. If you want to read some... And I don't know if there's ever been a documentary made about it, but it is fascinating reading on how brands and businesses use color to evoke emotions in people. It's no coincidence that fast food restaurants all use the color red. Mm-hmm. Because red evokes supposedly hunger, or it evokes that you want something. It's like love, it's whatever.
Lust.
Yeah, there's nothing left to chance when it comes to
thirst for blood.
Thirst for blood.
Transylvania
yes. Transylvania University.
Taco Bell doesn't have red.
I bet they do somewhere.
Well, it's in your stool
purple.
after you eat it.
Purple and yellow.
Taco Bell doesn't have any red?
Mm-mm. Purple and yellow.
All right,
White.
well, then purple. I mean, purple's the color of royalty. Maybe they want you to feel like royalty when you eat there.
Subway as well.
Burger King's not really red.
They have yellow, though.
Right, well, not ever. Burger King's got some red, don't they? I mean,
I think
Wendy's.
the letters, aren't
Yeah.
the letters of Burger King red?
Yeah, I think maybe they are.
Anyway,
I'm
my
just
point
thinking
is,
of like the
building.
building.
Okay, so whatever colors they are using, you should look and see what that means, because none of this stuff is left to chance. That's the fascinating thing about it. I've got $1,000 to give to you here, as promised. Come and get it. Chance for you to go fund yourself. Good luck.
Hey, it's Rover. Go fund yourself. It's time for your shot at $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword BILLS to the number 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's BILLS to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
Alan, Aurora is the ghetto of Denver. Listen, I've been to Aurora, Colorado, rather. One of my girlfriends in college was from Aurora, Colorado, and I found it to be a lovely part of Colorado. Now, that said, it is difficult to find a part of Colorado that is not beautiful. So if you're talking about city areas, listen, Denver's got all its own problems. Denver is starting to look, more and more like Austin every single day. They have the Big Mac, we have the Big Mick. You got to be able to tell them apart. Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
What's going on, Dave?
Not too much, Alan. Hey, you were talking about colors a couple seconds ago in advertising, and I've wondered for a while. I'm too lazy to Google it on the Google machine there. Why does everybody use blue? Like there's blue rhino and blue bunny and blue monkey for a new bar and everything. There seems to be a lot of blue. I'm wondering why they use that.
You mean as a color or as a name?
As a name. And well, they obviously use the color because it's called blue, and then there's blue, and the bunny's blue, and the monkey's blue, and the rhino's blue.
What's the dog food? Is that Blue Diamond?
Blue Diamond dog food.
I think is it
Blue buffalo too.
Blue.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Does it have to do with like winning a blue ribbon?
Oh, maybe.
Well, I'll give you the short. I'll give you the short of it here, Dave. It offers a sense of security and stimulates productivity in the workplace. And it's the most common color used by brands that want to promote trust in their products. I don't know of any brand that doesn't want to promote trust, so that's a little weird. But
you want things to be a little hinky with your dog food?
Yeah. They've also done marketing that says that blue is the favorite color among men.
Interesting. Well,
whether or not any of that's true. I mean, again, they've done marketing that where they use psychographics to figure this stuff out. But who the hell knows? I don't know.
What's your favorite color?
So now we know living color. So now we know a little bit about each other, Dave.
Well, I appreciate the info, and good day to you all.
Thank you. Mega dildos.
Thanks, Dave.
All right, there's Dave. Right. Colors. You ever seen the movie Colors from the 80s? Sean Penn?
No.
Robert Duvall, where they're the cops in the midst of the gang crisis in L.A.?
I have not.
Oh, so good. Yeah, that's pretty much the whole song. Ice-T, he wanted to get the point across. Bloods and Crips, red and blue. And you had to be aware of those colors, by the way. When I lived in Los Angeles many, many years ago, you had to be very clear in certain parts. It's not like I was walking around Compton, but you didn't have to be. I remember when Gwen lived out there. I mean, we're 10 years apart, so she lived out there 10 years after me. But she, at one point, one of her jobs was she was doing door-to-door sales at salons in South Central. And she's like, you got to know. That's why they had us walking around in khakis and like a neutral shirt.
Right.
So we looked very out of place, but you didn't want to be walking around with any color that might have been associated. Now, of course, my question was, were you worried that you were going to run into a gang whose colors were khaki? Never ran into that problem.
The Chick-fil-A employees gang?
Never ran into that problem at all.
With the Dockers boys.
Yeah.
The Van Buren boy.
Van Buren boy.
Yeah, he threw up the sign.
8 fingers.
8 fingers. Blue cheese. Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Well, blue cheese is a kind of cheese. It's
And
not
it's
like
EU.
a brand name.
That's right. Alan, your logo has a red outline. What emotion were you trying to evoke in the design? I was trying to evoke unmitigated derision. And so I did my best to map that out. No, I just really like the Run DMC logo, and so I took a crack at that.
You did change it for a bit, but then you changed it back.
I did. I wanted something that looked different, but then I changed it back.
I like the original logo a lot better.
You didn't use red to evoke hunger for good radio?
Oh, not here. No, please. They're starving. What are you talking about?
I'm so hungry.
Alan, I just drove past a Taco Bell, and the bell is red. All right, there you go.
Oh.
Now, again, with all things Taco Bell, I do defer to Poundcake.
Yes.
But if somebody just drove past one and they tell me that it is red, that makes sense.
Right,
not what I wanted at all.
Yep.
What?
Well, it's like almost pinky, kind of.
Yeah.
Like a pinky purple, kind of.
Looks like some NyQuil.
NyQuil.
Of course, the famous blue waffle. What was that trying to evoke? It was probably trying to evoke an eating disorder of some kind.
Oh, that doesn't make you hungry?
The blue waffle?
Yeah.
No, Lemon Party does.
Oh, yeah.
But blue waffle never made me hungry. No. And for a while, I thought that that was the brand of dog food. So, boy, was my face red when I was walking through PetSmart asking them where the blue waffle was for adults. They didn't know what to tell me. And they said, dry or wet? And I said, dry.
Inflamed.
Waffle.
Yeah. Alan, maybe that's why they make meat red. Right. You ever had blue meat?
Yeah.
Oh.
Like a severely undercooked steak.
It is not good. Isn't that part of like cooking a steak where they're like if you want it rare, part of it's blue?
It's like a purple almost color in the center. When you only
so
do
a little
like,
bit of red.
Yeah, when you only do like a minute or two on each side,
you guys
and
are
you cut into
animals.
it, you're just like,
I don't know.
I
how
don't eat it like
I
that.
don't know
no,
how people can
I
do
don't
that.
either.
I don't know if I have a
I've had
friend.
horse tartare,
Yeah.
but that was all chopped up.
That's different.
Yeah.
They put it almost like into a spread.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
like a pate.
good. Yeah. But I've seen people order steaks like that, and you look at it, I'm like, I don't even
No.
know.
It's just like big pile of blood on
Where
their
it's
plate.
still cold in the middle?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's what
yeah.
you eat it like that, don't you?
Not cold in the middle. I like it rare, but not blue.
Why
I
would
went
you
out
want
with a
that?
guy who would eat it rare. Like he would say just 2 minutes on each side. That's it.
That's a deal breaker.
And how it seems like even with that short amount of cooking, you'd be far more likely to get sick from that.
I don't even know why cook it at that point. I don't know
You
if
want
it's a
that crust on
safety
the
thing
outside.
or if it's just I don't know.
Yeah, I don't want it cold. I want it to have some heat in the middle, but I don't need it like Like medium, or like rare, medium rare is where I like it.
I mean, it just can't be good. There's what flavor is in raw meat?
Nothing, and it weirds me out.
It's not seasoned or anything. Like it's raw meat.
Well, there's still you're not eating. It's not all raw.
It's pretty raw.
It's okay. I'll defer to you because I don't know. I don't eat my meat like that.
The older I'm getting, the more my steak needs to be cooked.
I'll take a crack at it. I don't know. Might be something. Might be nothing.
I used to be like medium rare on the side of rare, and then as I'm getting older, I can't chew it. I don't know if it's just looking at it being bloody like that or what, but I can't even chew it like that.
I never had a properly cooked steak until college.
Yeah.
My dad would give us steaks that
You would
were
say
like,
well done all the time,
like
right?
shoes.
Yeah,
I mean, it was
hockey
just Alan, everybody else is probably too young to remember, but you remember the original Taco Bell logo. I do, but basically they were trying to, I think, evoke Mexico. So they used the red and the green from the flag, and then they threw yellow in there. So the old school Taco Bell logo was a lot more kind of fundamental and blocky, and the old restaurants resembled
Oh wow! Yeah,
Adobe
I do remember
houses
that.
and Okay, I got a break. Another chance for you to win some money around 5:30. This hour, your word was bills. Maybe still time for you to get that. If you want to text it 200-200, you could get yourself $1,000. But 5:30 is your next chance to do it, and then 6:30 before your Tribe pregame. They're playing Game 2 of 3 tonight in Pittsburgh at 7:05 tonight.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
George Carlin from the mid-'80s, and I was immediately struck by that because I got a press release this morning from the National Potato Council informing me that today is National Potato Day. And boy, did they give me a lot of information that I had never had before.
We're going to huff potatoes at the end of the show?
Yes, we are.
Potato vodka.
Yeah. It is crazy when I think about these things that seem absolutely mundane in the agricultural sector, but there are lobbyists for it, right? Hey, I'm Jim from the National Potato Council. And in your brain, you go, ha, 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 ha. And he goes, no, really. You got a website and everything? NationalPotatoCouncil.org. I get the org. Well, it's not com, it's org. Yeah. Eye on Potatoes, the podcast on all things potatoes, right? Get it? That's what. So, for those of you who were like, boy, everybody's got a goddamn podcast. Yes, including the National Potato Council. Tune in for conversations with growers and thought leaders.
Potato thought leaders.
On advocacy, production, and all things potatoes. Again, these are the things that we don't think about, right? They might seem silly, but there are people, obviously, whose livelihoods depend on people having this information. You're not going to get your cheesy potatoes from anywhere if there ain't no potatoes.
Especially with the way things are right now, where there's shortages and all sorts of production just halting and stopping and stuff like that. So you got to be plugged in to the Potato Podcast to know what's going on with your potatoes.
You got to know. Mm-hmm. And they do a thing every year. This year, it's going to have to be virtual. Their big annual meeting. They put out an annual potato yearbook. And they have advocacy campaigns on, they lobby on the part of potato growers. And U.S. trade.
I don't know on behalf of the potato eaters, because you can't have growers without the eaters.
I feel like that's the American Medical Association. They might, but again, I don't. If you're a trade ambassador to another country, you have to. What gets the headlines are steel tariffs and all that stuff. But they got to get out there and talk potatoes, or broccoli, or corn, or whatever. The corn lobby is probably really cutthroat because that gets used for everything. Potatoes, I feel like it's, maybe a little narrower. I'm sure potatoes are used for all kinds of things we're not aware of. Obviously, when it comes to eating them, French fries is going to be far and away, I think, everyone's number one choice. If somebody goes, here's a potato, how would you like it? French fried.
Chips, please.
Or, a fresh cooked chip. That's pretty
good, but it's not a French fry.
It's true.
French fries, tops.
As we've established, there is no difference whatsoever between frozen French fries and fresh.
Okay, preferences on types of fries. You got the sweet potato fries. I love the sweet potato.
I don't like
the
sweet
JoJo's.
I don't like sweet potatoes.
Waffle
and there's
fries.
I wish I did because they're so good for you. Maybe not in fry form, but they're so good. It's like avocado.
Yeah.
Something that's so good for you, I do not like it. And it really bums me out because I'm like, I should just choke them down. I don't like sweet potato fries. I don't care how you dress it up. Don't want sweet potatoes.
Fry.
Huh?
Takes away the feeling like when I have fries, it's like I have fries in a burger. Like it, I want that fast food feeling. Sweet potato fries seems like you're being healthy for no reason. It's like a diet soda.
They're not that much healthier for you. Sweet potato fries.
That's what I'm saying. It's like a Diet Coke.
They're fried. They can't be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, I think I'm being healthy, but I'm not.
You're not.
I'm just not getting as good of an experience.
And they come with some honey cinnamon dip that's
exactly
all sugar and delicious.
I mean, I like some sweet potato fries. They have to do them right, though. They got to get real crispy.
I like a JoJo.
What is that?
A potato wedge.
It's called a JoJo?
It's called JoJo's.
Never heard that.
So, cutting the potato into maybe fourths or sixes and then deep frying it?
Well, no, I know what a wedge is.
Okay, just making sure.
It's an Ohio thing.
I had never heard of a JoJo. It's called a JoJo?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
That's what they're always
Really?
Yeah, JoJo's are...
I wonder if they talk about that on the National Potato Council podcast.
They probably
Maybe I
do.
could write in and ask them.
I giggled because I Googled potato pests and Save Our Spuds.
Right.
The American serpentine leaf miner. This is a big deal, you guys. This fly
There are
is
so
just
many
attacking.
things that are fascinating, even though we don't know them. The history of the American JoJo, which is definitely not a potato.
It is a potato.
It's definitely a potato.
A potato will clean up the oil real nice. A guy started cutting them. What is a JoJo potato? Potato wedges.
Mm-hmm.
A variation is mojos, particularly in Western Canada. Is this something Canadian?
No.
This isn't. Okay.
I just always heard JoJo, so I just assumed
Really?
it was a known thing.
Okay.
They
I know like
might-
some places they refer to the things on ice cream as sprinkles. Other people call them jimmies.
I've never heard Jimmy's.
That maybe is an East Coast thing or,
Yeah. Yeah, they're just potato wedges. That's all.
Huh.
The pizza place by my house had them growing up. And that's where we got them. And then, yeah.
Superhero waffle fries or Chick-fil-A waffle fries?
Superhero.
Superhero.
Mr. Hero. Mr. Hero.
I don't really like waffle fries, to be honest
Oh,
with
God,
you.
I love a waffle fry.
Superhero waffle. Waffle fries seem unnecessary to me.
Mm-hmm.
Superman, that
Kind of.
fry.
They are, but like eating fast food is unnecessary. Like you want something that's going to taste good.
If we're going fries, you're going McDonald's every time.
But no.
Yeah.
It's going to entertain. I want to be entertained, and waffle fries entertains me. I don't know.
How? It's just a different shape.
They're cool.
They entertain you?
They're just crisscrossed. They're literally McDonald's fries, but they're just
He
stuck
likes
together.
he likes his fries in octothorpe shape.
Yeah.
The JoJo's started in Portland, Oregon.
Oh.
So it made its way. Think about that.
All the way here.
The modest JoJo potato wedge took the country by storm, by derecho, if you will, and came all the way to Ohio.
A linear storm.
Right. They're a staple of old school truck stops and bars all over Oregon and Washington. But most people will call anything cut lengthwise into wedges a JoJo. All right. I didn't
JoJo
know.
pickle spear?
I mean, when I'm looking, I'll tell you what, I have never seen JoJo on a menu. It says potato wedges. I've never seen the word JoJo on a menu.
I'm
I feel
trying
like
to think of a
KFC
place
has
that...
JoJo's as
Is it
it's
called
JoJo
JoJo's?
on the menu? Yeah.
I worked at the Winking Lizard at the Galleria, and before it was a Winking Lizard, it was called a Winks. It was
Okay.
and there we had JoJo's on the menu, the
Okay.
potato wedges.
I've never heard of that
I'm trying
before.
to think of the name of the pizza place by my house. Dante's, maybe? Was that what it was called?
Dante's Inferno.
Not Inferno.
God, I missed that.
Dante's Inferno?
Yeah, Dante's Pizza was right by where I grew up in Berea, right by the airport, and they had JoJo's, and we would get them all the time.
So they started in Portland. They blew up at a national restaurant show in Chicago. I've never heard of JoJo's. If they blew up at home, I've never heard of them. They also sold them in Montana, Minnesota, Nebraska, Northeast Ohio, New York, and the Pacific Northwest. Okay, so they're not everywhere,
Yeah.
but they are definitely in Ohio. You
Yeah.
guys know them because they blew up in Ohio. Okay. Well, now I know. They go, you guys get any JoJo's on the menu? You can really go for a JoJo. They'll go, what are you talking about, sir? Ah, damn it. They told me it was a thing.
Potatoes are so goddamn good, though.
Yeah.
Too much. I can have like a little bit of potato. I don't need all that starch.
I love mashed potatoes.
Mashed potatoes. a
Those are
baked
next.
potato.
Number 2, according to the National Potato Council, who hit me up because they, wait for it, wanted someone on the show to
And
talk
you
about
said
it.
no?
I said no.
We don't Zoom, even if it is potato-based. Not doing those calls. Come on.
That's
They could have done a regular phone call. We have so many potato questions.
I'm a redskin mash, though. I like that better than the regular.
That's fine.
Yeah.
With skins on?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Like a potato skin?
Hey guys, it's Spud McKenzie with the National Potato Council. Heard you guys had some questions. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about potatoes.
Can we have some potatoes?
Absolutely, you can have some potatoes. We're rolling out this brand new thing. It's called JoJo's. Never been heard of before. Very excited to bring that to Ohio. You guys ever heard of JoJo potatoes? Very exciting.
Yeah, we've had them for years.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
All right, well, anyway, the JoJo's are going to be very excited. Just pretend for the purpose, this is pre-taped, right? We'll pick it up. Pretend that, pretend like you never heard of the JoJo's, okay?
Okay, you want to try that again?
2, 1. Anyway, guys, we're really excited about something we're calling JoJo potatoes. You ever heard
Oh, yeah,
of
we've had those a bunch of times.
Is the connection bad? I've got other people I've got to talk to, so I got a
No,
full
you don't.
day here at the National
Absolutely
Potato
do
Council.
not. We're the only ones that want to talk to you about potatoes.
I got to talk to Waterloo, Iowa next. I got to talk to Got to talk to Seattle, Washington, home place of the JoJo potatoes. Can we try it one more time,
Let's
please?
try it one more time.
Okay, one more time. Now, remember, we're going to pick this up. You've never heard of the JoJo potatoes, all right? We're very excited about this. In 3, 2, 1. Guys, very excited. Again, Spud Mackenzie here with the National Potato Council. So happy to roll out the JoJo potatoes in Northeast Ohio. You guys never heard of JoJo's, right?
I've had them my whole
God
life.
damn it! You never...
Literally my entire life.
Mackenzie out.
And that's why I didn't have the National Potato Council on.
Wow, that was fun.
Right.
That was good times.
Right. This guy can't take direction.
He has no clue.
That poor potato council
Spud
guy.
McKinsey.
Spud Mackenzie.
Oh, Mackenzie.
It's mispronounced
Sorry,
in so
sorry,
many.
sorry.
Yes, mispronounced. Hey, Joe.
Alan.
Yes,
How
sir.
are you?
I'm good. What's up?
I just wanted to tell you something you haven't thought about. The potato waffle fries are the best because of the surface area to volume ratio. You get the most dippage with the least amount of potatoes. You're not eating like a ton of carbs, but you can get tons of garlic aioli on them.
Yeah, I'm not a crazy dipper with my fries. I mean,
you're talking to someone that's over food.
Well, I mean, yes, largely I am over food, but
he's the guy that watches Nailed It, and he's like, "I'll eat the crappy-looking cake. It's fine. It's all gonna end up the same in the end."
No, I don't need all that sugar. I get what you're saying. I'm not a garlic aioli man either. Aioli is just a fancy word for mayonnaise, and I don't like mayo. But I take your point, Joe.
Well, I just wanted to enlighten you in case you hadn't thought about that. I can see why they're easy to overlook. It's just another shape.
It is true. There are so many things that I have overlooked, and so I appreciate you bringing that to my attention.
I'll be sure to call back in when I notice you overlook it.
Thank you.
Appreciate
I'm going to
that.
need you to be the angel on my shoulder from here on out, okay, Joe?
I'll do my best.
All right, thank you, pal.
There's those smiley face
I love
ones.
those.
You got to get them
Smiles.
nice and like brown though.
I like that they're mushy in the middle.
Yeah, it's
I
like
like
mashed
the
potatoes
mushy
in the middle.
McDonald's fries.
But I like those because you got to get that brownness. It's got to look
Crisp.
like a Justin Trudeau Halloween costume. You can eat the smiley faces.
Suntan.
Yeah.
Potato chips were only the top choice in Connecticut, Delaware, and Maine. Potato skins only came up in Michigan and Ohio.
Potato skins. Are those not on menus everywhere?
What are potato skins?
Here's something else being overlooked in the potato world. Gnocchi. That's potato.
I thought that was noodle.
It's potato noodle.
Huh.
Isn't it?
I don't know.
I thought that it was.
Like a twice-baked potato.
I thought it was a
I
type
like
of...
a thrice-baked potato.
All right, Mr. One-Over.
I want it to look completely shriveled and destroyed. I don't want to know what it is by the time I eat it.
Poundcake, you don't know what a potato skin is?
What?
Can we get Spuds McKenzie back on the phone?
to explain the potato skin. That was
trying to think
a question
have I
for
had
Spud.
one?
You have.
It's like a half potato kind of hollowed out, and then put like
Bacon
sour cream
and
and bacon.
cheese.
And
Okay,
cheese.
then yeah,
Italian.
I have.
Deep fried.
Yeah, I have. Okay. I just had to think about it when I would have had it.
Guys, Spud's Mackenzie back. I heard there was another question. Just got off with Waterloo, Iowa. Boy, they were very receptive to what's going on in the National Potato Council. What was your question again?
Could you explain to our friend here what a potato skin is?
Absolutely. So, we were taping this, right? Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Anyway, potato skins, it's when they pull all the potato out, all you're left with is the skin. What he like to say in the Potato Council always, we got skin of the game.
Isn't that a potato chip?
I'm what?
Isn't that a potato chip?
God damn it! In 3, 2, 1. No, that's not a potato chip. That's a potato chip. They're talking about a potato skin.
Have you ever had a JoJo?
I'm sorry. It's been a long day. It is National Potato Day, and I have been, talking potatoes all day long. Okay, I'm so sorry. In 3, 2, 1. Yes, I've heard of JoJo potatoes. I'm so happy you asked. We're getting ready to roll it out in Northeast Ohio. You guys are going to be treated to a treat. You never heard anything like JoJo potatoes before, have you?
I had them a lot of times.
Potato Council guys are
They're on edge, man.
they're high strung, man.
They are.
God bless America. And Bill, again, that's why I don't have those guys on.
I think it's even more reason to have that guy on.
Too much potatoes for them.
Too much potatoes.
I starch diet.
Yeah. Anyway, so they blew me up this morning, and we're like, hey, I want to have somebody on. But I got to tell you, I followed the link that they sent me, and I was fascinated by the National Potato Council. Couldn't believe what I was reading. They've got something called Potato Leaf, which is outreach to kids. The farmers of the future. Weren't you in something called Future Farmers or something? What was
FFA,
that?
Future Farmers of America.
Is that what it is, right?
Yeah, but
Future Farmers of America.
Now that means nothing because they didn't want to be they didn't want to be exclusive, like to just farmers. It's agricultural science essentially.
Yeah, okay. Potato Leaf is Leadership, Education, and Advancement Foundation. It's an acronym. And so they're trying to grow the next generation of
spuds,
little sprouts, tater farmers, I guess. Right, tots. Sure,
Scott's tots.
Mm-hmm. So anyway, thank you again to the National Potato Council. I will put August the 19th on my calendar every year now for National Potato Day. And I've learned a little something, too. I've learned about the JoJo.
Yeah.
Which I had, I remember JoJo Dancer, Your Life is Calling, that Richard Pryor movie about potatoes.
Is that, I don't know what that means.
Pardon me?
I don't know what that is.
I've got a break. Another $1,000 for you coming up at 5:30. You get a chance to go fund yourself. And Tribe game tonight, 7:05. It's a second of 3 in Pittsburgh against the Pirates.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. men and women in uniform.
I've been a lifelong fan, 20 years in the military, come back, and to find your afternoon show is f***ing horrible.
Thanks from the Alan Cox Show.
Horrible.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Bill, Weird Al Yankovic on the Polka Party album, Addicted to Spuds, his fourth album, if memory serves. Boy, who knew potatoes were around before 1986?
I didn't.
He was really on the cutting edge of what was going on. There's nothing more topical than a Weird Al Yankovic song.
I love that man.
Hey, Tony.
Hey, how's it going?
What's going on, man?
Hey, I just wanted to thank you guys. I've had kind of a crappy couple weeks, and that Spuds Mackenzie bit, really, as stupid as it was, as dumb as that was.
Well, nobody does dumb better than us, Tony, so happy to help.
Why have you had such a crappy couple of weeks?
Oh, a family member with some health problems, and my dog just died on Saturday, and the usual COVID 2020 typical stuff hitting you all the nuts at the same
Your
time.
doctor or your daughter died?
My dog. A lot less.
Oh, your dog. Oh, door number 3 is the one he... Oh, well, sorry to hear that.
Enjoy some potatoes today on National Potato Day. Have some JoJo's.
I will. It's the best advice I've ever gotten. Thank
There you go. All right, thank you, Tony.
Thank you.
All right. Should be the tagline for the show. As dumb as it is, ellipsis. Hey, Mario.
No one does it better.
Hey, Alan.
What's going on?
Hey, hate the show.
Thank you, sir.
I have yet to hear about the Frosty Fry.
I can't get into that.
Yeah.
Gwen loves it. It's not for me. It's not for me.
I know, not for me neither, but my ex-girlfriend, man, Frosty fried me to death.
Yeah,
I get that
that's a good combo.
I get that it's salty and sweet. What I don't get is the appeal of the hot and the cold. Like
Yeah,
you're
me
putting a
too,
French fry in what is essentially a thick milkshake. That I don't get that. I mean, I don't know. It's not for me.
I tried it. It's kind of a good dessert, I tell you.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you, Mario. There you go.
That's a once in a long while thing for me, and it's also more like an old school Wendy's fry. When they changed their fry a few years, I guess they changed their fry a long time ago now, but like if you remember the old Wendy's French fries, those worked better for that, not the newer ones with the skins on them.
With the skins on them?
Yeah.
Speaking of food, and then we'll move on about 5 or 6 minutes. I have another $1,000 for you to win.
There's a lot of potatoes.
It is a lot of potatoes. If you have watched any of the Democratic National Convention, I thought that the virtual thing was going to be real weird, but I think the virtual thing actually works a little bit better because if you've ever watched these conventions in the past, it's just a big arena full of nimrods with hats on and signs and whatever. And I know
clapping.
Some people like that. Yeah, but I think the virtual thing, there's something weird about it that kind of works. And what they were doing is they were going around, they did like this roll call where they were talking to people in all 50 states and the territories because they were going to officially nominate Joe Biden as the Democratic nominee. And so they were going around, and the guy that got a lot of attention, and rightly so, was a guy from Rhode Island. He's a Democrat in the State House of Rhode Island. His name is Joseph McNamara. And everybody was going crazy because while all these other states were shouting out what their state is known for or how their state has been impacted by the current do less than nothing administration, this guy was really shouting out what's important.
Island, the ocean state, where our restaurant and fishing industry have been decimated by this pandemic. are lucky to have a governor, Gina Raimondo, whose program lets our fishermen sell their catches directly to the public, and our state appetizer, calamari, is available in all 50 states.
Who knew that there was a state appetizer in Rhode Island? Our old boss is from Rhode Island. He never once mentioned a state appetizer.
No, he's always just like Tom Brady.
I wonder how he's doing. I haven't talked to him in years.
Tom Brady?
He's
No.
in Tampa Bay now.
Who, Tyler?
Yeah.
I talked to him about a week or so ago. He's just doing whatever. His station's killing it, so he's doing well. He's in Boston now.
State appetizers. Let's look them up.
Well, here's the crazy thing. Rhode Island is the only state that has a state appetizer. Now, every state, most states have some state bird, state food, whatever. There are 14 states that don't have anything. I was kind of surprised. I figured every state had something. Like, just January was when the Michigan State House said, let's make the tart cherry the state fruit. This is the stuff that goes on in these state houses because it's all part. It sounds stupid, you know, to the casual listener, but it's things that have to do with what we were talking about before. The National Cherry Council lobbies you and they go, fine, let's make August 25th the tart cherry day or whatever. But a lot of states have. Now, I didn't see another state that had a state appetizer. So they have really not only designated, because what else you can do with calamari? State squid. I mean, you got to call it something. Ohio has a few things. Ohio has got the state fruit is what? What is the state fruit of Ohio?
The state fruit of Ohio
Cody Brown.
You won't guess it.
Ha, ha, ha.
Jeez.
Am I?
It is blueberries.
Apples?
You're not going to get it.
A pear.
Watermelon. What do we grow here?
Star fruit.
Corn.
Keep going.
Strawberries?
No clues?
Trying to think off the...
Tomato.
Oh, BS.
Of course, it would be a tomato. That
on,
sounds just like
Ohio.
Ohio. You bite into it and it's not what you thought.
Now.
Right. State fruit is a tomato. Ugh.
That sounds so Ohio.
Our state jelly is ketchup. Come on.
Like, okay, guys, it's time for dessert. And then you get like a steaming tomato right on your plate. Dig
That
in.
sounds good, actually. The state native fruit. What fruit? Again, I wouldn't know either of these. You know, I wouldn't think tomato if I weren't looking at it.
Pawpaw fruit.
Yeah. Oh, my God. How did you know that?
Bing, 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 bing.
How did you know that?
My girlfriend who has a farm down in Athens grows them. And she says that they go...
I wish I had
it's
a prize for it. I've got Bad Teacher on DVD for you in my office.
Yeah.
It's
Still
yours.
in its wrapping?
It's still wrapped.
Oh, my goodness.
Never been opened.
Yeah, it's specific. It's only grown down in that county and near Athens, Ohio. And my girlfriend grows it on her farm, and they go wild in the summer. And
a pawpaw fruit.
Pawpaw fruit. Jackie O's Brewery makes a pawpaw wheat, which is an imperial wheat ale. It's like an 11% wheat ale.
Now I have to claim complete ignorance on the pawpaw fruit. Never heard of it.
Yeah, what is
I've heard of Pawpaw, Michigan, but that's wine country.
Right.
What does a pawpaw fruit taste like?
I don't honestly. It's like a citrus fruit is the best, like kind of like an orange tangerine nectarine, like in that family.
It looks like a.
It grows on a tree. Yeah.
So while a lot of states have, you know, their fruit, and
They
their,
look like they have like beans in them almost.
States have their fruits and their nuts and whatever. Ohio also is the only state that I could see that has a state meal. Courses that comprise the state meal of Ohio. Chicken fried steak.
I was say meatloaf.
You know how Ohio's known for chicken fried steak. Barbecued pork. You know how Ohio's known for its barbecue. Fried okra.
What?
I don't have to say it.
What?
Squash cornbread grits. Sausage with biscuits and gravy.
Hey.
Maybe this is all wrong here.
It's just a Bob Evans menu.
It's been since 1988. Right, the restaurant lobby. National Hoteliers Association. Black eyed peas, strawberries, and pecan pie.
Let's get it started. Yeah.
Right. You know, that's the state meal of Ohio.
Pawpaw fruit kind of looks scary once you open it up. It looks like there's
they
like
have,
spiders
beans
in there. It looked
Yeah.
like. I don't like that.
So anyway, so that guy from Rhode Island name-checked the state appetizer, and people were blown away by that. My home state of Illinois, the state pie is pumpkin pie.
Ooh.
Very boring.
I like pumpkin pie.
I like it, but for your state pie?
Yeah, a seasonal pie. Don't you
You
want
can
a
eat
year-round
pumpkin
pie?
any year round.
But do you?
The state snack food of Illinois, popcorn. All right. Anyway, I got $1,000 to give to you here. Good luck. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself. Very exciting.
Hey, it's Rover. Go fund yourself. It's time for your shot at $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword cash to the number 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's cash to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, Kaylee.
Hi, Alan.
We were just talking about you before. At the top of the show, we were talking about the toxic oleander flower and figured you'd probably know a lot about that.
Oleander? Yeah, I mean, that's I called about pawpaw, but we can go off on a tangent.
No, it's okay. I think we pretty much said whatever there was to say at that time, but give me the lowdown on the pawpaw fruit.
Yeah, for once I have a relative comment on a plant, and it's daily relative because today I was out with my assistant in the woods right before the end of work, and I was telling her about the pawpaw and how there's a festival in Athens, and I discovered a few trees in the woods, and we went out looking for them, and we found a couple. They were underripe, and my story is that we were so focused and overexcited about that we had found one that I tried to climb up the tree. I couldn't get to it, and I knew if I fell, I was going into a bush of stinging nettles. So I said, okay, I'm just going to throw something at it. So I grabbed this log, a pretty decent-sized log, and I just kind of hurled it upwards. I hit the pawpaw. It fell off. We were both so excited that we had found one and gotten it that we reached down to grab it and forgot about the log that I had just thrown into the air. And it came right back down and smacked my assistant right in the back of the head.
Wait, the log had the log had stayed in the tree?
No, it was like a piece of dead wood or like a.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I don't know, it's a limb that fell off a tree that I grabbed to throw up there and knock the fruit down. And once we hit the fruit, we saw it fall. We were so excited, we bent down to grab it. We forgot about the log that I threw into the air. Came back down, smacked her right in the back of the head, and I was thinking, oh my God, I would have to drag her back to the golf cart, ride back to the shop, and tell my boss, yeah, so we were in the woods looking for pawpaws, and yeah.
Yeah, it's the. I mean, if she had wanted to do away with her assistant, this would have been the perfect crime, right? You couldn't plan this.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, she was murdered by a pawpaw fruit-seeking log. I mean, who's going to argue that in court?
I could have dragged her right into the gully. No one would have ever known.
Right. I mean, what are gullies doing for us if not to drag corpses into? Yeah. Come on.
That's where those fairies live.
The Fern Gully.
I thought it was funny about that. A Fern Gully is a great movie, by the way.
As timely as today's headlines, Kaylee swoops in with a little pawpaw fruit story. So you like them? They're good?
I've never had one. I know about the festival, and they don't really grow. It's not that they don't grow up here; they're just not as relatively available as they are in Southern Ohio. And when I was looking up the taste of one, it said that they call them a hillbilly banana, and they say it's like a banana combined with a bunch of other like mango or berries
really.
Or tropical
I was
fruit.
incorrect saying it was citrus.
And it's got a they said it's got a creamy custard feel to it. But
So
it's
like
a banana with it's like a smoothie in a fruit.
Yeah, okay. I bet you Grandpa's Cheese Barn has got some pawpaw in a jar in some nook or cranny of that joint.
Yeah, they make pawpaw pie.
Yeah, all right, man. Okay, good. But listen, I've never heard of one. That's valuable information. As always, you have provided an invaluable service, Kaylee.
Yes, I have to be the horticulturist.
I appreciate that. All right, thank you, Kaylee.
All right.
All right, there's Kaylee,
later, guys.
our resident horticulturist with some
Not
knowledge.
astrologist.
That's right.
Whatever it takes, Cavs are gonna do. I said Cleveland's gonna do. I said we all got to do. I said whatever it takes.
There you go. So her singing ability second only to her knowledge of the mighty pawpaw fruit.
She was one of the people yesterday hitting me up about astrology, like, hey, take this. That'll tell you all about yourself.
Wait, what?
Yesterday we were talking about astrology.
Oh, she's into it?
She's very into it. And
Really?
She was trying to get me into it.
But she's a person of science.
The two aren't mutually exclusive.
They kind of are. Yeah, they are.
It's the same way you find a doctor who's religious.
Yes, that's silly.
But they're out there.
Yeah, they exist.
A lot of them.
Huh. A person of science.
Who also has faith.
Of logic and rationale. Yeah, but having a faith in a higher power is different than being someone who says, yeah, I think that my astrological star sign is affecting my life.
I don't know that it's necessarily affecting your life so much as it shapes who you are. Does that make sense?
No, because I think of things that affect me as shaping me.
I don't know how to describe it. It doesn't matter.
You don't have to.
I know. You guys don't care, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, I care.
Well, it's not like... I don't feel like it's like every day because you're a Sagittarius, this is what's going to happen to you. Like,
No,
it doesn't
I get
do
that. I understand that.
It doesn't affect your life in that way. It's like, hey, this is kind of what was happening, which is why people tell you to do your birth chart, is because that's like your specific time that you were born, what part of the earth you were born on affects, like, I guess, I don't know, how you came into it, I guess. Or the way it was...
I would love to hear, please call, I'd love to hear from a doctor who's into astrology. For purposes other than entertainment, if you're calling Miss Cleo or Dionne Warwick, I could see where that would be fun. That's why they put, for entertainment purposes only.
Dionne Warwick is a psychic?
There are some people who, he's very young. There are some people, you know them, maybe you are one, consulting their horoscope is the first thing they do in the day.
No, I don't do that.
Okay.
And I've told you guys before that every now and then I'll check it at the end of the day or the end of a week. If I'm like, man, that was a particularly rough day or a particularly rough week, I'll go back and read it, and sometimes it's accurate and sometimes it's not.
To see what fit?
To see if it did. If it was like, if I had a real trash day and then I read my horoscope and it's like, today's your day, you're getting promoted and engaged and you're going to win the lottery. And I'm like, I threw up in a bucket. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. But sometimes it's right and sometimes it isn't.
Okay. I use
That's
it
all.
for my mates. Like, if I meet someone and they're like, they're a Sag, I'm like,
But that's what I'm saying is, like, that's life, though. Half the time, it's the same thing with prayer, right? I bet anybody who's religious and prays, half the time you get what you want, half the time you don't, because that's life, and it's got nothing to do with
from it. Yeah,
it's got nothing to do with who you prayed to.
I feel like your parents really inform who you are.
Well, my father is an Aquarius, Bill, so you're absolutely right.
Mm-hmm. Kaylee said she doesn't think it affects your life. It's just interesting. Now I look like a mook, which I don't even know what that is.
like a mook, like a
doofus?
like a meathead or like a. Listen, my mother was. That was something that I think interested her. I'm sure she was in, and she's very Catholic. So maybe she attached some kind of celestial significance to that. My mom was always like, well, I'm a Scorpio and we're this and that. And I'd be like, oh, okay.
I mean, there's certain generalizations, and like you said, you can mold it to be whatever you want it to be. As like a Sagittarius, it's a fire sign, so you're very spontaneous, and you are very emotional, and you think and act with your heart more than your brain, and things like that. So like you can take parts of it and be like, oh, that's really how I am. That's weird, or I'm not like that at all. Like you can kind of pick and choose from it.
You're like that because a lot of people are like that.
Or you're like that because a lot of people are like that, but a lot of people aren't.
Yes.
Too. I mean, so you take it for whatever it serves you. I think people are just looking for anything to make them feel better.
Today would be, and I can't argue that. Anything you can find to make you feel better.
Yeah.
Today would be a good day to ask for a raise. You're like, yeah, if I had a job, I would ask for a raise.
Right.
That is perfect.
Today
it's like they're talking to me.
Try pawpaw fruit.
Goddamn pawpaw fruit. Alexa's always listening, so now I'm just waiting to get a press release from the Pawpaw Advocacy Council.
That Alexa thing you sent us yesterday was wild.
That was bananas.
Yeah.
All right, I've got a break.
Was it like the baby game?
Yeah, milk or a listener sent me that.
Or pop.
Milk or pop, yeah. Okay, 6:30 before your tribe pregame, and shortly after we get out of here is going to be your next chance to grab $1,000 and go fund yourself. So there's another shot for you to grab $1,000 in a bit. If you want to text me in the break, 35192. You can, of course, watch the show at alancoxshow.com, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our...
866-578-1007 if you want to join us. 800-348-1007 if you don't. 35192. Want to shoot me a text? AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch there. You can also get your Instagram hotties. You can get a new episode of The Bill Squire Show. And a new Poundcake is coming tomorrow.
About the Kennedys.
About the Kennedys. About their place. He's biting off a big chunk, and we're going to figure out what it all means to him tomorrow.
You'll figure out something.
I'm excited. I mean,
me too.
Yeah. I
Something different.
I like to see how you take something and process it and filter it through your inimitable prism. Hey, Danny says, Danny is a girl, I assume. Yes, D-A-N-I?
Yes. Well, I'm not going down that road again. I already did this.
Oh, we did that.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
Danny, gotcha. You say you're a scientist, but you also believe in astrology.
Well, it's just like when you say believe in astrology, like what do you like? Astrology is also a study, astronomy and stuff like that.
No, astronomy and astrology astronomy is a science. Astrology is not. I mean, do you believe in astrology?
But I mean, well, whatever. But I mean, I think there are patterns for sure. You wouldn't believe how many scientists are ridiculously religious and stuff like that. Where you're saying higher power stuff, I get it, but a lot of people are very religious, and religion is past religion's just as wacky as believing in astrology.
What kind of scientist are you?
I am a molecular biologist.
Okay. No, listen, it wouldn't surprise. I mean, obviously there are doctors who are religious. Obviously. And I'm probably a little bit more strident on the subject than a lot of people are, but it's interesting to me. And not everybody thinks one way. You can hold competing thoughts in your head. It's just that those, to me, seem so fundamentally at odds.
Hey, Danny?
Yeah?
Are you still a Scientologist?
Scientologist? Where would you get that I'm a Scientologist?
Long story short, I went to high school with Danny. And you told me we were sitting in
I was screwing with people. That's me
okay.
Screwing with people.
I took you at your word.
She was trying to stand out in high school. Everybody's got to have a hook in high school. You probably didn't even know what Scientology was.
Oh, of course I did. I mean, South Park during the time, it was pretty evident.
South Park did a real deep dive on Scientology.
They went in on them.
Well,
did they?
Yeah. How deep do you really need to go with Scientology anyway?
Oh, the deeper you go, the more fun it is.
I believe it because you were always a little out there, and I used to sit next to you, and you used to...
That to your point, I'm an Aquarius, and Aquariuses are eccentric by nature.
Oh, there you go. See? It all makes sense now.
They're also, it's not even just that, though, too. If you look at patterns, for instance, Leos, there's a lot of leaders, presidents, people like that who are Leos. And Leos are very leadership-driven. And a lot of scientists are Aquariuses. And Aquariuses are analytical and eccentric and believe in ideas that aren't necessarily mainstream. So, those are the patterns I follow. I don't look at it and be like, oh, you're a Taurus, so you're going to be a very, shallow person. I don't look at it like that. I look at the patterns where, these type of people tend to end up in these professions or in this direction.
I guess maybe it's a semantic argument, Danny, but even as a scientist, you're saying that those for you constitute patterns, that there are a handful of world leaders who turned out to be Leo?
Not a handful, a ton. Like a ton of scientists, a ton of leaders. You would be surprised looking it up and just going through the list, and it's holy crap.
But isn't that still just coincidence?
Is it just coincidence that people who don't want to wear masks lean right?
Well, no, because
it could be. I'm a logical person. I'm a very mystical person in the sense that if you believe, say I believe that there's something out there, because we have no empirical data of it or understanding of it, how could we possibly guess as to its nature or what it looks like or what it wants? That's where I'm at. And I have no sense of idea to, know, I can't guess or, of course I'm going to have some reservations of it, I'm not going to sit there and be like, oh, yeah, I believe this in its entirety, but, I'm open to anything.
Yeah, clearly. Okay, well, good. I appreciate the call, Danny. Thank you.
Clearly.
Well, no, I mean, you're saying that you're trying to see it from both sides. I mean, whatever.
I dabbled in the transgender stuff, and I was like, hey, why not? I'm already here.
I'm a Leo.
You brought up the transgender thing, not me. We're talking about astrology.
I'm just saying, like, because you're just like, clearly I have like an ability to like to see many sides or something, and I just find that humorous and stuff like that. I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Well, enjoy your Scientology.
Thank you, Danny. There you go. Right.
I swear. And
she's projecting a little bit.
He, at the time, could say it with a straight face because I really believed what he said. He was like, oh, I'm a Scientologist. I was like, really? You're into that? And I like leaned in. I was all like into it.
You watched South Park.
Yeah. And I watched the same episode. So.
Yeah, you're kind of.
Well, then you knew as much as.
Well, I didn't know. Yeah. I didn't know. This was 7th grade.
Right. Tribe game tonight. They are in Pittsburgh for the second of 3 against the Pirates. You'll get that a little over an hour away, 7:05. My parents, I am a White Sox fan. I've explained this. They're my A team. I started as a child out of spite because my entire family are Cubs fans. That's the more marquee team in the city of Chicago. So from a young age, I decided, well, that's not for me. And so I became a White Sox fan and have been ever since. The local, you have like Fox Sports Ohio. In Illinois, they have something called the Marquee Sports Network. And that is, Cubs games growing up were on WGN, the Superstation Channel 9. That's why there are Cubs fans around the country, because you could get the Superstation across the country. It's why there's a lot of Atlanta Braves fans, because TBS was a Superstation that was broadcast around the country. And you'd get Cubs and Braves games on these. Marquee Sports Network is where they show it at home now. And Mark Grace was the first baseman for the Cubs for a long time. He played on some of the classic teams, played with Ryan Sandberg, played with Andre Dawson, played with Sammy Sosa. And he has been an analyst on the Marquee Sports Network, kind of a part-time guy, because he was only in the league, I think, like 15 years. So he played for the Cubs for a lot of that, then played for Arizona, and then retired. So he still does television for Arizona, but he'll dip in on the Cubs games because everybody knows who he is. He's a marquee name. And they have suspended him for 5 games because in the middle of the broadcast, doing the color commentary or whatever, he kept referring to his ex-wife as a dingbat.
Such a harmless.
Right.
And they,
of all the things.
Of all the things that you could get. Right. He's been...
Are we going to find out that dingbat's some like racial slur or something?
He's been suspended for 5 games. He has apologized profusely. My remarks were offensive and inappropriate. I deeply apologize. I guarantee, by the way, because they apparently got a bunch of complaints, I guarantee they didn't get one complaint from a male viewer. From a divorced male viewer.
No, they're all from his ex-wife with different email accounts.
Yeah. Dingbat. I love it. It's like so Archie Bunker, you know? The 70s. Hey, my ex-wife's a real dingbat. Of all the things to get suspended for, I mean, he didn't call her like a B word or a C word or whatever.
Called me the D word. What
damn
are you talking about? Dingbat. It's also a typographical device other than a letter or numeral, such as an asterisk, used to signal divisions in text or replace letters in a euphemistically presented vulgar word.
Wait, it's a what do you mean? Like it's like an emoji or something? Or
just using like an asterisk in place of letters.
Oh yeah. When you go into your fonts, there's one called Dingbat, and that's what that is.
Yeah.
So maybe he was like, I was referring to the font my ex-wife liked so much.
That's what she used.
Yes,
her penmanship.
She used to require me to send my checks written out in Dingbat.
This sounds like an episode of that Hank Azaria show.
Brockmire,
yeah. Right. Gets suspended for calling his wife a dingbat.
I love it. My brother's like...
She's a real scallywag.
And my brother goes, did you see what happened to Mark Grace? I go, Mark Grace? I haven't heard that name in 20 years. He goes, yeah, he's doing some stuff for the Cubs. And so I kind of dug in on it, looked it up, and I go, that's why I'm a White Sox fan. Because you'll never hear Steve Stone, with his one leg, calling his ex-wife A dingbat. You won't hear that kind of salty language
That misogyny.
in any White Sox play-by-play.
Sounds like it was in our handbook. No,
I
don't be
know.
a dingbat when your husband gets home.
God.
You know?
I like that it still has the word bad in it, so it's still kind of on brand for
Yeah,
baseball.
it's attached to the sport.
Yeah.
It's an unwritten rule that you don't call your ex-wife a dingbat.
He hit a dinger with his bat, Frank. I can't believe it. Reminds me of my ex-wife. She was a real dingbat, too.
She'd swing at a 3-0 pitch.
She really would. She didn't know the unwritten rule of marriage, which is don't go outside for sex. Yeah, I love that. Mark, yeah, could you come in here? Listen, we've gotten some complaints that you called your ex-wife a dingbat. And I've got to... I wonder if the guy told him that with a straight face. I can't believe I have to tell you this, but the guys upstairs, I have to suspend you for 5 games. Boy. Hey, Matt.
Yes.
What's going on?
Not too much. Just on my way home from work.
Yeah, cool. What's up? Good.
I was just calling about the astrology subject that you're talking about.
Okay.
And I was just wanting to say that, like, astrology is just clockwork, really. Like, the stars, everything works as a clock. Like, you see a clock in front of you, but there's a much bigger clock and many more clocks on top of that. Like, everything's a pyramid, and everything just works in different dimensions, and you gotta understand how to go into other dimensions to understand everything. And no matter if you say it's right or wrong, like, so the wrong doesn't really exist. Like, and everybody has their own perspective of things. And if you say things are wrong to another person, they're right. So no matter how many things you say is wrong, there's always going to be someone saying that they're right. And you just got to give in. Yeah, it's wrong, but it's right too at the same time. Like, it's the yin and the yang. You got to take everything in. And it's just different dimensions.
And you get that from astrology.
I got that from many things, really.
Like what other than astrology?
I mean, it's your Akashic records, really.
I'm sorry?
It's in your Akashic records.
Okay. So explain.
You know what your
Explain.
Akashic
I mean,
records are?
yes, you and I, of course, know what that is, but explain it to the audience who might not know.
Yeah, we're just a bunch of dingbats.
Well, everybody's a dingbat. I'm a dingbat.
No, there's
You're a
there's dingbats, and then there's not dingbats, and then they turn around and look at it from the other side.
Right. Explain to the audience what you mean by that, Matt.
Well, I mean, it's hard to explain. Like, you gotta think like a child. Like, admit that you don't know anything. And
But that's not thinking like a child. That's actually the opposite. Kids don't know what they don't know. If you're an adult and you're mature and you have a critical sense of things, then you understand that there's more that you don't know than what you do.
But children are actually the smartest ones on the planet. Like,
Not the case at all.
they know
Kids
how to
know
imagine
dick. No, not the case at all.
What are we supposed to be thinking like?
Children. He
I mean,
said
no, but
children
like-
are the smartest
but
people
in
on
my
the planet.
perspective,
But what are we
it's
talking about? Like this phrase that he used?
Acoustic. What was it?
Caustic what? Costco membership? Got one
Yeah.
of those.
With the Costco membership,
Your
was that what you
Costco
were talking
card?
about?
Me? No.
Oh. What was the phrase that you used?
Akashic records.
Acoustic?
Acoustic?
Akashic.
Akashic.
There you go.
AKASH,
It's
maybe?
like chaos theory.
Like-
sure.
Okay, there you go.
It's
AKA.
like the filing cabinets inside your brain.
And you get all that from
You
astrology.
understand?
Yeah.
Well, I got it from the Akashic records.
You got a storage facility for coal?
Right. You keep repeating yourself, but you're not explaining to people what that is.
Well, I mean,
It's the
go look
cloud.
it up. I mean, it's simple. Like, it's simple, but it's hard to explain. And
Right, but
So
you
when you look it up, it
but
says-
Matt, you understand where I'm coming from. Where everything you're talking about, there is zero scientific evidence attached to it. That's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, but it's also mathematics.
It's not math at all. That's what I just said. There's no science attached to Akashic records. That's why it involves everything. I mean, you could probably, I'm sure you could find some mathematical patterns, but those would predate what you're talking about.
I mean, I'm not really just talking about astrology. I'm talking about like the connection of everything.
Sure.
Like, yeah, the
ether.
astrology, like it's just energy.
I understand.
Like everything is just connected in weird ways, and like there's only one way. Like, what way does time move? It only moves one way. So
not
no
if you're
matter which way,
but not if you're a quantum physicist. It doesn't.
I mean, true. I mean, this is a never-ending debate right here. Like, no matter what I say, there's always going to be someone else out there telling me that I'm wrong. And I'm not saying that they're wrong. They're absolutely right. But I'm willing to say that I'm wrong, but I want other people to admit that they're wrong too. And then say, and since I'm saying that they're right, have them say that I'm right. It's
gotcha.
Like, it's the yin and the yang.
Have you read all your Rudolf Steiner books then?
What's that?
Have you read all of your Rudolf Steiner books?
I mean, I don't really read, but...
You don't read? Matt, how did you learn about... I mean, you seem to know a lot about this. How did you learn about all this?
YouTube University.
I mean, it's not only YouTube, it's...
No, but how did you learn about it?
I went inside myself, and...
Oh.
Like, I found the Akashic Record.
It revealed itself to you, is what you're saying.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. And how has it formed you as a person?
It's changed my life.
Well, that's a kind of an overarching thing, but like how are you pre-Akashic Records and post-Akashic Records?
Because before I didn't understand what everything was. I thought I knew, because I grew up, when I was little, my parents tried to raise me Catholic, but I knew back then, I'm just like, what the hell are you guys talking about? This doesn't make any sense.
There's always Catholicism in somebody's history when they go down a rabbit hole like this. They're always coming out of something like Catholicism.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
But
I'll tell you what.
was always
that mid-'90s Ozo Motley was the best that Akashic Records ever put out. Boy, those middle three were dynamite. All right, listen. I appreciate the call, Matt, and continued success on your travels.
All right, thank you. Does it make sense at all?
It does not, but I appreciate the call, and thank you, Matt.
I mean, we just haven't taken enough acid.
All right, well, I mean, one day it might take death for you to understand it, but...
You'll get it once you're dead.
All right,
once I'm dead, I'll get it. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Smoke weed every day.
I think that
once I'm dead, I'll get it.
Once I'm dead, I'll understand everything.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. Except the Akashic Records are the entire universal culmination of your life force. So when you're dead, it would be an immediate snuffing of that.
Once we're dead, we'll know the cure for COVID-19. We'll know a lot of stuff.
Who actually shot JFK?
That's in the Poundcake tomorrow.
Wouldn't it be hilarious? Wouldn't it be amazing if, like, his Poundcake, we're like kind of breaking his balls about it, but if he had some never before seen information just embedded in it?
Where did you find this?
What?
Google it, bitch.
Google it, bitch. Yeah, I was on the Warren Commission.
This guy hit me up on
Pallor.
What's it called?
Told me all about it.
Grinder.
There. Told me all about it.
Okay, I've got to get my last break in here. If you want to get the last word in, shoot me a text 35192. And your next chance to grab some money is coming up at 6:30. You can go fund yourself, and then your Tribe pregame shortly after that. 7:05 first pitch in Pittsburgh tonight.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.